Bwrdd croeso I Cyfarfod y Bwrdd. Good morning and welcome to today's Digital Health and Care Wales board meeting. As usual, I'll go through a few housekeeping matters. As usual practice at the moment, we're conducting this board virtually and we're broadcasting live. In addition, after the meeting, a recording of the meeting will be posted on our website for people to catch up and see it if they weren't able to follow us this morning. For people who haven't joined us before and aren't aware of the process of getting the simultaneous translation, if you hover your mouse over your screen, over your Zoom screen, you'll see a second from the right icon at the bottom, which is a globe symbol. If you click on that and select Hear Translation, if you wish to hear a translation of English translation of anyone speaking in Welsh, contributing in Welsh this morning, and just leave it on that channel throughout. You don't need to switch between Hear Translation and Hear Original. We've got a comfort break and a lunch break today, and we're scheduled to complete today's meeting at around about 2 o'clock. For board members in the consent agenda, hopefully anyone who has any issues has brought them up in advance and then someone has addressed those issues for you. If I give you an opportunity when we get to that item in the agenda, if anyone does want anything to bring forward to the agenda, just to let me know and we'll try and make time. If I could welcome people who are going to be joining us today, Lynn Rees and Dr. Owen Weeks will joining us for the shared listening and learning presentation, Rachel Powell for the research and innovation strategy, and Michelle Sell for the item around procurement, item 5.3. And also it gives me great pleasure to welcome 2 new independent members, which means that we have a full complement of independent members, which is excellent news for the board and the organisation. They are Marilyn Bryan-Jones and Alistair Neil, who are both with us today. Perhaps I could just ask Marilyn and Alistair just to say hello and introduce yourselves briefly.
I'll go first. My name is Marilyn Bryan-Jones and I'm the newest member of the Digital Healthcare Wales, and it's an absolute pleasure to be involved with this organisation, and hopefully I'll be able to bring some insights from my personal experience and my background in equality, diversity, inclusion to the agenda.
Thank you, Marilyn. We're looking forward very much to working with you. Alistair.
Yeah, just as with Marilyn saying, I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to join the board as an independent member. My background in business and in the public sector gives me a particular interest in the care part as well as the health part of the digital work we'll do. So I'll be looking to see if I can add some value there.
Thank you very much, Alistair, and welcome to you. And again, we very much look forward to working with you in the work of the board. So if I then move on to the main agenda, so apologies for absence. I have received no apologies for absence, and I see everyone here, so clearly there are none to add. Declarations of interest, again, I've had no declarations of interest. Has anyone got any that have occurred to them since the papers are published? No. Thank you very much. If we move on to the consent agenda, then, as I mentioned, people have had an opportunity to raise any issues. I don't think anything's been brought to my attention that people want put on the agenda. No, okay. Just there is to note, I don't know whether, Claire, you just want to say what it is, but just to note that a minor amendment to the finance section of the previous minutes was requested by Claire, the Executive Director of Finance, and that has been actioned. Claire, do you just want to say a sentence on what that minor amendment was?
It was very minor, I have to say. It was putting a pound sign in front of,
right.
the numbers. So yeah.
Thank you. Just for the record, so we know, especially in the finance section, if people are making amendments, it's important we know what they are. If then I move on to what we're being specifically asked to do in the consent agenda, approve the minutes as a true record of the meeting held on the 28th of July. People happy with that? Thank you. To note the action log and that there are no outstanding actions. Yes. To note the forward work plan. Thank you. And to approve the Health Emergency Planning Annual Report 21-22. People happy to approve that? Thank you very much indeed. If we move on to the main agenda, and as is our usual practice, we will kick off with a shared listening and learning presentation. And today we're going to hear about the work and the role of the Centre of Excellence. And I will hand over now to Rydian Hurl, the Executive Medical Director, to introduce this item. Thank you, Rydian.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. What we're about to see is a presentation on an excellent example of rapid, agile development, building on a previous Welsh Government investment in digital capabilities across Wales. It's also an excellent example of collaboration and partnership across a number of organisations where clinical and technical teams have worked hand in hand on a problem. The background, as you're probably aware, is 111 is a free number to call. The purpose of the number is to remove that stress and complexity of citizens having to find specific numbers for specific services. The service is run by WAST, Welsh Ambulance Service, and it has an online search capability for up-to-date health and guidance, and enables citizens to find the right services for them. The ministerial announcement back in April of this year confirmed that this was an all Wales 24/7 365 service, and people who ring the service get to talk to trained call handlers who move the caller to the appropriate place, and experienced health professionals, both medical, nursing, pharmacists, are available. And so if you need to see a GP or you need to access those services, the 111 service will then direct you to where you need to go. And that's where the problem started. And I'm going to leave the story for colleagues who are about to come in. They'll introduce themselves and then we'll have some time for a Q&A at the end. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rydian. Bwrdd, good morning, everybody. So I'm Lynn Rees. I'm the head of the M365 Centre of Excellence at DHCW. And if you could move to the first slide, please, Emma. So starting with some background. Ad Astra, it's a clinical patient management system. It's used by NHS Wales to route and manage calls between the 111 team within the Welsh Ambulance Service, as Rydian described, and the clinical out-of-hours services provided by the health boards. So calls are received, and after some initial triage, they're passed on to the appropriate health board to be actioned. On a regular weekday, around 600 cases are processed, but on a busy weekend, this can increase to around 2,000 cases a day. So unfortunately, there was a cyber attack against the supplier, Advanced, and this was a UK-wide attack, so UK-wide impact. Advanced services were impacted and all customers. Because of that, the Ad Astra system was then shut down as a precaution. Now, this meant the manual business continuity processes had to be enacted, and this entailed emails being sent from the ambulance service to health boards and between the health boards themselves. This introduced significant admin overhead and clinical risk then due to the manual requirements to track and acknowledge the receipt of these emails. And therefore the risk of cases then being misassigned or lost. Ultimate result then a significant reduction in capacity to process these out of hours cases. Next slide, please. So for a timeline, Ad Astra was taken out of service on the 5th of August and those manual processes were enacted. But after an initial weekend using those manual processes, people were really keen to look for a digital solution. And that's where Dr. Owen Weeks, he's the Clinical Director for Urgent Primary Care at Cwm Taf Morgannwg, he approached us at the 365 Centre of Excellence for some support. First, we collaborated on an initial proof of concept using SharePoint as a case tracking system and initially manually populating data into SharePoint lists, but then this was heavily automated over the following couple of weeks. During that first week, we spent working with CTM. It was on a local solution. The intention is that we could replicate this across health boards, but we realized pretty quickly that there's value to be had in providing an all Wales solution. And so that second week then was spent converting and developing a solution that was for all. By the 18th of August, we'd done all the technical development, and then training and support material was developed to allow the solution to go live on the 22nd. So through that collaboration, we were able to build, develop, deploy a safe and effective business continuity solution in only 2 weeks, which isn't much time at all. Next slide, please. So a key aspect of this work, as said, is that it provided a solution for all Wales, and that enabled all health boards to maintain visibility of all of the cases, and that mitigated some of the risk then around cases being lost or misassigned. And of course, the effort then for any automation or integration was of benefit to all. The automation auto-populates data into the tracking list. It uses advanced Microsoft 365 Power Platform capabilities, and that significantly then reduced the effort of manual data entry. And for some context, over the last 30 days, this automation has processed 30,000 cases and around 1.7 million items of data, which is roughly 50 to 60 data items for each record. So it's done quite a lot of work. Some further integration was then done between the Power Platform and the Welsh Demographic Service. The aim of that was to increase the number of NHS numbers that was being brought into the tracking system. So that enhanced patient identification and safety and avoided users from manually looking up NHS numbers from a separate system. That before integration, 20% of the cases came in with an NHS number, and after integration, that increased to 90%. So a significant increase there. Then for continuity of care on case closure, we developed the capability to provide a single file record which could be downloaded containing all the details, and then that can be loaded into the patient record. Next slide, please. So here's a quick overview of the solution. So the ambulance service, they move a document from their system into a SharePoint file store. And we should note here actually that they developed some automation themselves at this stage, and that increased their ability to process calls by an extra 200 cases a day, which was significant and really helpful for them. Then at the next stage, using Microsoft 365 Power Platform automation, again, that extracts the data from that deposited file and looks up the NHS number through that integration I just mentioned, and that populates the case record, which is an item in a SharePoint list. This is one list then for administrators and clinicians to work on. There's also a reporting dashboard we developed with Power BI, and that's for tracking and reporting, and then a bit further down the line, records are then archived out to maintain performance and to be kept for audit purposes. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, really, collaboration was paramount. Without collaboration, we just wouldn't have been able to develop this solution at pace. So we, the Microsoft 365 Centre of Excellence in DHCW, we work closely with clinicians and all the health boards, with the trust and with our third-party suppliers, TPX Impact, who I must say they work tirelessly to build and support the solution. There was further collaboration, so I didn't mention an all Wales solution, but there was further collaboration with Cardiff and Vale and Powys. They had different requirements, so we had to make sure that what we'd built worked with what they had as well. Also, we couldn't really have rolled out this solution, particularly at the pace that we did, without the support of the DHCW Business Change team. The 18 members of their team eagerly offered their services. They created 8 training videos in 48 hours, and they delivered 27 training sessions over 4 days, and that was from a Saturday to a Tuesday. They also provided early life support via live chat from 8 AM to midnight when the system went live. That was from the Monday to the Thursday, so it was a huge effort from them and essential. And so really to, through this collaboration with clinicians, partners, colleagues in assurance and information governance as well, and the business change team, we were able to very rapidly develop and deploy safe and effective business continuity solution. Next slide, please. So just a quick view here of the user interface. We've kept it simple. First, the user needs to select the health board and then their role. So for example, they could do an Erin Bevan and then triage clinician, and then they gain access to the appropriate list view. Next slide. And then here are the Power BI dashboards. They provide a view of the current calls and the status, used mainly by the ambulance service to ensure the calls are progressing through the system properly. And if they're not, they can follow up with the health boards then to action any remedial work that might need to be done. Next slide. So what did we learn? Well, we built on the existing investment, as Rhyddian mentioned. There was an existing investment both in the 365 platform and the Centre of Excellence team. And that's where we had the platform and the skills, the building blocks, if you like, for rapid and safe development. Partnership was very much key, the collaboration with clinicians, with the digital champions in those areas as well, colleagues in insurance, our partners, TPX Impact and the business change team. Users, we kept front and center, continuous engagement and feedback was essential, listening to their needs and shaping then the solution. As I mentioned in the previous couple of slides, keeping it simple as possible. That was really important, providing a simple UI and then mimicking where possible the previous workflow and the terminology from the Ad Astra system. We made early and then continuous engagement with assurance and information governance, and that was really critical for developing a safe solution at pace as well. Maintain transparency, progress through regular touch points and get feedback with digital leaders, and last but not least, business change support was really critical. The solution's only viable when users can use it effectively and safely. Next slide. Thanks. So in conclusion, really, many people worked really long hours, late into the evenings and over weekends to deliver this solution, and we've received lots of really positive feedback, with many showing their appreciation, including a formal letter from the Chief Executive of NHS Wales, Judith Paget, along with Jason Killins and Claire Osmondson-Little, SRO and Deputy SRO of the M365 Centre of Excellence Programme Board. Now we've also got Dr. Owen Weeks with me here. Owen, I can hand over to him for any further comment and his view on.
Lovely. Yeah, diolch yn fawr, Lynn. Bwrdd, diolch am y gwahoddiad. So yeah, thanks very much for inviting me to join the meeting today. First of all, I just want to say on behalf of the National Urgent Primary Care Forum and 111 for everything that's been done over the past 8 weeks. I mean, Lynn has given a very good overview of the history, and Rhyddian has also given a really good overview of the history. But I'm sitting back here and I think, this sounds all very impressive, but I cannot overemphasize how much of a big deal this has actually been for urgent primary care in Wales. The system was broken. As soon as the hack occurred and Ad Astra was taken down, we had to revert to a manual email system where we had to pull just everyone in, all hands on deck, to manually transfer patient information between multiple systems, multiple services. And, like Lynn was saying, you're talking over 30,000 patients in the last 8 weeks. So we deal with a huge number of patients. Without this solution, we would have quite frankly burnt. I mean, we were, even after that first weekend of working manually, people were failing. It was a massive issue. Within 2 weeks, we had gone from this manual process to a full-blown end-to-end national system. And it was watching the Centre of Excellence guys work to start with was amazing. They had an understanding very quickly of the challenges that we had. They were able to orchestrate this national rollout and build a product by working with all the different health boards, WAST 111. You're talking 7 health boards, one of which straddle into England as well. So integrating there was very difficult. Integrating with WAST's current system, using robotic automation and all these other techniques, all within the space of 2 weeks, without breaking the bank, using a platform that we've already procured and already use. It's amazing. It's an absolutely incredible piece of work, and we are eternally grateful. I mean, we weren't expecting to be going on with this same system for as long as we are. This is a business continuity system. We still don't know when Adastra is going to come back online, and we're still going, and the services are still running. So yeah, I just want to say thank you very much. It's been incredible, and with DHCW as well. I mean, the support of the business change team and being able to roll out a training for the entire workforce across Wales over a weekend. Many of those staff are, I'll try and put it politely, well, actually, I think IT illiterate isn't really polite, is it? But not far off, you know. So, you know, to roll it out, to be able to run it has been amazing. But anyway, I'll leave it at that, and I can answer any questions that you've got. But thanks very much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Owen.
Rydian, did you want to say anything in conclusion, or shall I open it up for discussion?
Well, just
now?
quickly, Chair, just, obviously to reiterate the thanks to elements of my team at Digital Healthcare Wales, led by Harriet, the business change team, for their reaction, and the support that we've had across the executive board and senior leadership across Wales to do this. We'll take some questions, Chair.
Okay. Well, I'll just add, I mean, I'm coming at the end as well. I mean, thank you for those comments, Owen, and a truly remarkable effort, Lynn, from yourself and well, we know many other people in the organisation. And there is one obvious question, if no one asks it, I will at the end, but I'll leave that. Marion, then Rowan, then Helen.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I'm going to speak in Welsh. Diolch yn fawr, Lynn, a Owen hefyd am eich sylwadau chi. A gaine ychwanegu'n llongyfarchiadau at i'r gwaith rhagorol sydd yn amlwg wedi digwydd fan hyn mewn byr amser. Mae wedi bod yn hynod o braf clywed am y partneriaethau llwyddiannus sydd wedi bod rhyngddo chi yn Cwm Taf ag y timau newid busnes a'r staff yn ehangach hefyd o ran iechyd a gofal digidol Cymru. Mae'r cwestiwn yn ymwneud ag risgiau diogelwch seibr. Rwan, mae diogelwch seibr yn amlwg iawn ar yn cofrestr risg. Mae yna nifer o risgiau yna. A'n cwestiwn i ydy, be da ni wedi ddysgu o'r digwyddiad yma all fod o help i ni yn symud ymlaen wrth ystyried ymosodiadau posib eto yn y dyfodol. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr, Marian. Ydy'n iawn os gallai ateb y cwestiwn yma? Dwi'n credu i ni wedi dysgu lot fawr fan hyn ynglyn â y cyber security, a hoffwn i gofyn, a dwi'n credu bod Damien Mayer ar y galwad. Mae Damien wedi bod yn bwysig iawn yn edrych ar rhan yma o'r prosiect. So I just agor lan i Damien os yw hwnna'n bosib.
Na, sy'n credu bod Damien ma, nag yw.
Na, ydy'n,
No.
OK, fine. Ydy'n iawn os
No.
i chi, Lynn, gallu gweud bach mwy amdano'r security a gyda'r platform?
O ran y platform ei hun, mae'r gallu na'n barod. So mae'r security a'r elfennau pwysig yn y platform fel mae fe'n barod fel petai. I think I might switch to English. You know, this is where I run out of
Okay.
technical terms in Cymraeg, I'm afraid. So the platform is inherently secure. You know, it's something that we've invested in. It's something that we have in place. It's a cornerstone of our identity security as well across many systems and services. So both within the COE and the DHCW cyber team and the cyber teams across all the organizations as well have invested quite a lot, a lot into the security of the platform. And that's really where some of this rapid capability, the ability to develop things quickly has come from the sense that all that is already there. The foundation pieces of the platform are there. We're just building on top of that then. I think there's a more general sort of question maybe that around cybersecurity generally, but I think, yes, from a platform perspective, Owen, yes, I agree in the sense that, it's there, it's foundational inherently there.
Lynn, if you'd just let me come in there, Marion, of course, the procurement process through the public sector has an element of a checklist on the cybersecurity elements required to hold personal and public data. And you'll be aware that we have private sessions for obvious reasons, and that we take it extremely seriously.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Rowan.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I will echo, I'm sure, what is going to be part of everyone's conversation, which was thank you both for the substance of what you did, but also bringing to the board such a timely and illustrative account. And I suppose I have two main reflections on that I take away from your presentation. I think the first is how intrinsically interdependent and complex delivering digital services into a healthcare environment is. And, really a lot of what the team has been able to do and turn on a sixpence, is built on good architecture choices that the wider digital community in the NHS in Wales have made. Certainly, use of Microsoft 365, is one of those de facto standards. Health is a key marketplace for Microsoft. It's HIPAA compliant, which is the US privacy laws. So that's the Healthcare Insurance Portability Assurance Act. Obviously, in America, where people have an insurance model, you need to be able to move your information when you move your insurance, and there is governance in the US to ensure your privacy and security of that information as it's moved around the system. And it's also compliant with all of the security and privacy legislation that would be in Europe. And that means that I think, I've taken away how, given those type of tools, to have them in our armory, how well the system performs under pressure. And I've seen that before. I've seen it when I've had descriptions of what we did in the pandemic. And I think the other point I think we build on, though, it's not just technology. So if anyone listening in and maybe is following Ridian on Twitter, he shared this morning a report from the King's Fund that says interoperability is much more than technology. And I'm still old-fashioned. I'm a fan of experts, the King's Fund being independent. You saw in that presentation that there was the technology layer, there was the clinical insights, coming into the step, but also that business change. And so I think that's, a magnificent example of, the best of us, all of us together wanting to solve problems, being the best of us. I think the second point that I would make, which relates to cyber and is just a comment, is unfortunately we are going to be operating in an environment where this may well happen again, despite having good governance and checks and balances in place. There are very well funded organizations out there who are interested in healthcare data. And if there was a silver lining in this situation, it was an attack on a very bounded part of our infrastructure, which, Owen, I think, very articulately described the impact on emergency primary care. But if that had been, WCP or the Welsh Clinical Portal or one of the major PAS situations, that could have had even more dramatic impact. So I think I think it's both a cause for optimism and also something that we will, I'm sure, continue and think about a lot more as part of the board. So
Thanks,
thank you
Ro.
very
Thanks,
much.
Ro. Hey, Regine, can I suggest that we'll take the comments and then yourself, Lynn and Owen can wrap up, pick up any points
Yeah,
at the
I
end.
was going to
rather
say
than-
for the purpose of time, exactly that, actually. So
Helen, and then Ruth, and then Chris.
Thank you, Chen. Just really to echo the thanks, and particularly Owen, to you on behalf of the clinical services out there who are continuing to operate in kind of what has been really challenging circumstances over the last few weeks, and well, the last 8 weeks. And none of us at the time that it happened actually, we kind of had an inkling it wouldn't be resolved within days and a week, but actually maybe not this long. But so really commend you and colleagues for all that you are continuing to do, actually, and to provide the services that are needed. I think from my reflections, being closely involved in the incident as it unfolded at the early days, I think this is a real reflection of collaboration right across NHS Wales. I think that came through loud and clear when we were starting to think about what the business continuity, when it became clear this wasn't going to be resolved in a time that and services were not going to be able to sustain the way that they were working. So I just think it's an excellent example of that we need to make sure that we do get all of the learning from, really, because there's learning across all aspects of this exercise, I think, for us. And I think just to pick up, Chair, on Marilyn's kind of comments, really, and questions around kind of what have we learned from this in terms of cyber risk. I think we will have learned a lot, some of which I think was about our ability to, as an organisation, so let's take it from that perspective to start with, to provide kind of that leadership to deal with the incident as it unfolded. And I'd like to take the opportunity to actually call out our cyber lead, our head of cyber, Jamie Graham, for the fantastic leadership he has shown on behalf of the organisation, actually on behalf of NHS Wales, working closely with Welsh Government and the National Cyber Security Centre to actually manage the situation, if you like, and make sure that communication happened as well as it did, to be honest. And I think some of the other learning, there's quite a lot of learning in this, we'd want to see reflected, really, and maybe we'll touch on that later in our private board session later today around the cyber plan, with aspects like what we need to do to really understand and our supply chain management in relation to cyber posture once we have contracted with commercial entities and have kind of long-standing relationships. So that would be one of the areas I think that is really good learning that's come out of this. But just to say well done, and well done to Lynn and the team, really, and Harriet Stone's team and Business Change for all of their going above and beyond, really, but alongside their clinical colleagues in the way that they've gone above and beyond. So diolch.
Thanks, Helen. Ruth.
Thank you, diolch. I think a brilliant piece of work. Echo everything that's been said. Two comments. One thing that Owen picked up on was the business change challenge around pieces of work like this, and rolling out training to staff who may not be as literate in IT as some of the people round this room. And I think that's an important point for us to note and keep in terms of our learnings. The business change challenge across all of the work that we do at DHCW is the biggest challenge for us. And how do we make sure that what we're doing when we do things like this is as accessible to as many people as possible, and so that we can ensure people get the right information they need in the right way. So I think that's a really important point of learning from us on this. The second point I want to note is it's also the money point. I want to talk about the money, and I'm sure Claire will have comments on this. We've been able to mobilize quickly because we had invested in this, and we have a centre of excellence. And if you look at our budget and our forecast over the coming years, we're going to have to make some hard choices around things that are actually happening at that point in time versus preparing for things and building infrastructure like this. And in situations like that, the immediacy of things often takes priority. But I think this is a key example of where the investment that we've made and the preparation that we've made around the Centre of Excellence, you know, and it's an easy ask around cybersecurity, isn't it? But when we think about some of our other large programs, I think there's similar investment that will need to be made on this in order to make sure that they're secure and successful programs going forward. So I just want us to note that, and I'm sure Claire may have some comments on that in terms of the response. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Chris, Ivan puts his hand up and then puts his hand down, so he's got it down at the moment. But Chris and then Claire.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to say thanks to Ridian, Lynn and Owen. We have a schedule of listening and learning stories that we plan for board meetings. Ridian was very keen. We changed that to try and bring an up-to-date live example of learning that we're going through at the moment. And I think that was to be commended because it's harder work, but it's really important. I think it's great that the board have been able to hear that today. And my second observation is just around the annual review of listening and learning stories we heard about last board meeting, and some of the themes that were pulled out from that annual review around clinical leadership and engagement, collaboration, business change support, which again, I think were reinforced through the presentation today. So we're definitely getting some consistent themes coming through.
Thanks, Chris. Claire.
Yeah, so thank you for the lead in, Ruth, because actually I'm really proud of what the team in the Centre of Excellence has achieved. And actually our board meeting that we have is usually inward looking. So usually it's about how much recruitment have we done into the new Centre of Excellence and developing that capability, the energy and enthusiasm around a table when actually they could see for themselves the value that we've created in that Centre of Excellence. And I think it's an investment along a number of lines. One is on the toolkit itself, which was challenging, but I think we all felt that we could, throughout Wales, gain from using Office 365. That capability piece. So the Centre of Excellence, and as Evan will know, it was a belief around the fact that in order to fully optimise the toolkit, we needed that capability. And there was a commitment from all of the health boards and trusts to invest in that, and that's what, and we're developing that. So actually, for Lynn, it's only newly into the role. We had to run from couch to 5K pretty quickly to get to this level of deployment. But I think it's more than that. The business change team itself, again, we're looking to invest in that area. And this shows the transformation it can have, the magic it can have in transforming that into actual use as an operational thing. But the little magic as well is Owen. So that clinical insight support in that development to work with us to join all of that thing together. And I really do feel this shows the impact DHCW can have in leading the way, in joining those pieces together and having an impact in an area that has a high need, but also to do it. And I know that Jason, if you would be here, was really keen to say, my God, if we can do this, why couldn't it become a permanent fix? Which I know everyone was like, ugh. But it just shows when you get the right ingredients together, when you make the right investments in both the toolkit and the capability, and we join hands as an organisation and lead the way, what a difference we can make in an area that really needed it in time and space. So really, I just think it shows the art of the possible for DHCW going forward and making those right investments as we go. So well done, team. I'm really proud of what you've achieved.
Thank you, Claire. You asked the question right at the end that I was wondering whether was going to get asked. Can I ask Ridian, Lynn or Owen whether you'd like to come back on any of the comments or questions or points that have been made?
I'll sum up in the interest of time, Chair. So a couple of things really to highlight. Healthcare is complex. It's rarely linear. We need to invest in technical expertise, and we have a plan for that. You'll have heard me say it before, but we need to invest in clinical expertise and give clinicians time to lead in this environment. That's an important element. There was collaboration via our Welsh Government colleagues in partnership with the UK-wide structure. So we mustn't forget that there was a cross-border engagement and that Wales had a seat at that table and our views were listened to. Business change is in the room at the beginning of our programmes, and it's good that we're cited on the fact that we need to invest in in the business change as projects formulate. Let's remember we've built on the excellent joint data sharing agreements that we've got across Wales. The fact that we're able to work with our information governance lead, particular thanks to Darren Lloyd and the team. And finally, to say, we've got to invest in things that you don't see, the cybersecurity, the etc., to get the things that you need to see. And that's the real take-home message in this. This isn't these investments are not big, shiny announcements. They are things that are required to keep us on the straight and narrow to do what's best. And I'd like to thank everyone for their time on this.
Thanks, Ridian. And I know, Owen, you want to come in, and I think it's probably appropriate that as sort of the end user, sort of the recipient of all this effort, that it is you that has a final word. So fire away, Owen.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we've demonstrated how we can use the toolkit and the expertise that we've already got in-house to deliver an end-to-end solution to keep a huge amount of patient care ticking over very efficiently. My question now is, what next? You know, I think this is amazing, and I think we've learned a lot about what we can deliver. Knowing that the health minister currently has her 6 goals for urgent and emergency care plans, which will rely heavily on end-to-end solutions, which DHCW can deliver to change the face of healthcare. I may be sounding a little bit over enthusiastic, and I'm sure people are getting a little bit, you know, panicky here, but I'm just going to put it out there. So I'll leave you with that. So thank you so much for everything. DHCW really impressed everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Helen had her hand up, but I think she then thought discretion was the better part of valor. Andrew, very briefly before we move on.
Okay, I was just going to say that I do think this has been a real game changer, and in my professional role, we see more and more products coming forward and improving health outcomes for people, and displaying all sorts of data to the clinicians who need to see it and things like that. It really is a game changer, and well done, everybody. There's exciting things ahead, so I don't think you're being too enthusiastic, Owen. I think there's really good things ahead.
Thank you, Andrew. And I don't think I need to reiterate, please do, everyone here, take back the huge appreciation of the boards to all of those people who were involved in creating the fix and maintaining the fix. And as has been pointed out, we don't yet know how long that fix is going to be, that solution is going to be needed. But congratulations to everyone, a fantastic job. Thank you all. If I then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is my report, and you've got a written report there, I'll pick out a few things around each of those items, or most of them, just to draw your specific attention to. I mentioned right at the beginning that we've now got a full complement of independent members with the appointment of Marilyn and Alistair, and fantastic that is. You'll see in my report that we've responded very favourably and in a supportive way to a consultation on adding public bodies, and one of which is ourselves, to being subject to the wellbeing duty as part of the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act. That, I believe, that response has gone in, being very supportive of that. Rowan and I spent a fascinating and very informative and an interesting couple of hours with the service desk, and talking with Tracy Norris, who leads that team, and her colleagues, and the splendid work they do, often under great pressure. And then quite coincidentally and wonderful coincidence, the following day I then had cause to ring the service desk, and the person I'd spoken to the previous day sorted out my problem marvelously. So that was I'm sure Rowan would agree, that was a very useful and interesting conversation with Tracy, her team, and the people on the service desk. You'll know that we have been called to a inquiry undertaken jointly by the Health and Social Care Committee and the Public Administration and Public Accounts Committee, looking at us, which we were very supportive of that happening. We have submitted our written evidence, which went in close of play on Monday. it's not for us to publish, I think, but it will be published because it's not, in a sense, it's our evidence, but the ownership of that evidence becomes the committees, and they will be publishing in full what we have submitted in probably middle of October, just in advance of our oral hearing, which is on the 26th of October, which provides us an excellent opportunity to talk about what we've done as an organisation since the 1st of April last year. I met briefly, first introductory meeting with the Chair Medwyn Hughes of the new Citizen Voice body, which is taking over from Community Health Councils from April the 1st next year, and we have offered a range of support for them in terms of their development and their setting up, which I know Chris is in touch with the team around the establishment of a new board and a new structure, new organisation. Helen had her end of year chief executive review with myself and Judith Paget, and I'm pleased to say that was a very positive review, reflecting all the great things we've been doing since the establishment of the Special Health Authority, and that was very much echoed by Judith Paget, the chief executive of the NHS Wales, and I'm sure Helen would agree me. Long may those meetings have the same tenor as that one had. It was an enjoyable experience in terms of going through the sorts of achievements that we've done, and Helen will be the first to recognise that that's very much part of down to the team, with her as the leader of a team. We met. Helen and myself met with the Chief Executive and Chair of Social Care Wales, as we do regularly, just to update on the work that we do with them and the way in which we can collaborate on a range of issues. And I was too close to this event to say whether it was a success or not. I'll let others do that. But we co-hosted on Tuesday a digital summit with Cwmpas, which is used to be the Wales Cooperative Centre, which I had a strong relationship with for 10 years, and the Wales Council for Voluntary Action, looking at inclusivity, how we ensure, as I described it, that inclusion becomes an intended consequence of digital innovation rather than exclusion becoming an unintended consequence. And I've had some great feedback. There's been some great social media follow up from the people who participated in that conference, and we took the opportunity, given that it was one of the first events of its nature for some time, to do the large check moment where Helen and I signed the Digital Inclusion Charter. Very important for us as an organisation, and I'm hoping that we'll continue the relationships with the people who were in that room, particularly the voluntary sector, around working with and through them to meet our inclusion agenda. We had, as people be aware, we've tendered for a board development partner in the beginning of September. Through the open competition process, we selected Deloitte, who will be working with us over the next year or so. And they are now working with Chris and his team to set out a timetable, and then as a board we'll be looking at the program of work that they come up with us to work with us specifically on turning us into a great board, into a marvelous board. So there'll be further information on that over the next 4 to 6 weeks, I would have thought. We've had a board development meeting and a board briefing meeting. The board development, we looked at the people and OD strategy, which is coming to this meeting, which Sarah Jane will be introducing shortly. And in a board briefing, we looked at the committee issue and the nature, the sort of the approach that we take in our submission, our IMTP and the feedback from this year's IMTP, and our process for developing our IMTP, our intermediate medium term plan, am I right? Yes, for next year. So I need to remember to keep out of acronyms. And we also had an early look at our research and innovation strategy, which again Rachel Powell will be joining us shortly to introduce formally for formal adoption. Finally, I was on a beach with the grandchildren in North Devon when Ruth was taking my place, meeting the minister with colleague chairs. Ruth, would you like to just say a few words about the nature of that meeting and the issues discussed?
Well, I won't say it was similarly relaxing as a beach with the grandchildren, Simon, but as you might expect, and you note in your report, the Minister noted the pressures in the system at the moment, particularly for our Health Board colleagues. I know that's something that we're all mindful of as we work with colleagues across the system. But she did note that she had a sense of things moving in the digital space following engagement from chairs, particularly on digital medicines. So I think that's something that we would also note, and that's good to see.
Thank you, Ruth. Those are the issues I wanted to bring to the board's attention. If anyone's got any questions or comments, I'm more than happy to attempt to field them. If not, I'll move on to ask. Go on then, Rowan.
Well, Simon, in part because you sort of gave us the cue, just to say that I was also able to attend and see Marilyn make a fantastic job of representing DHCW on one of the panels for the Compass Digital Summit, and the sense I got, Simon and Helen and all of the team, was that wider care and voluntary community really welcomed the discussion, and I think it proved that everyone had the same level of ambition and were looking to solve problems together. So I think conversation like that is never wasted.
Thank you, Rowan. Thank you. And Helen may well mention, and I was pleased to be part of sorting it out. We had a panel discussion at the end, which was all women, which is probably not something that happens very often, but it was great, and great contribution from all those panelists. As you say, Marilyn joined that panel. Thank you. Helen, can I ask you to present your report?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before I start that, just reflecting on the Digital Summit earlier this week, just echo those thoughts really. The feedback I think has been great. The conversation I thought on the day and the contributions, it really did generate a great deal of conversation, but also on a kind of alignment and really held the mirror up to the amount of work that there is to do to ensure that we kind of, take forward our initiatives in a digitally inclusive way. And it was a really proud moment actually to be there and co-sign the charter on behalf of the organisation. So now the work begins. Now we need to get the action plans in place to really ensure that we can kind of put our money where our mouth is really, and ensure that what we're doing as an organisation, how we're doing it, and the opportunities for our staff to support this agenda are all there for them. So yeah, really energising event, to be honest, and really pleased to have been a part of it. In terms of my report, just a quick update. I won't go through every item of it in the interest of time, but just to call out under the COVID-19 heading, the autumn booster campaign. Those some of you will have already received your letter, or indeed your, yes, Chair's got his thumbs up, and even your vaccine. So the WIS team successfully completed the updates that were required to facilitate the autumn booster campaign for the COVID vaccine, sorry. So really well done to the team there. There's continued work needed in that area. That work doesn't go away, and we are making sure that we have full plans in place, and that is part of our planning going forward. Staff briefings continue to be well engaged with. We had over 500 at the most recent one, and great questions, quite a lot of questions from the staff around kind of some of the cost of living, and really we managed to share the Centre of Excellence presentation that you've just seen with the staff as well. So some questions around that as well. So a really good event to be part of, and I think that we've got a whole raft of things that we're sharing with the staff now going forward, and even some of these things get into more detail through the 10 talks that we run in between the staff briefing sessions. On the exec team recruitment, I'm really pleased to say that we've successfully appointed to the role of Director of Primary Community and Mental Health Digital Services. A mouthful, that one, but it does, does what it says on the tin. And we are delighted that we'll be welcoming Sam Hall to start with us at the beginning of November from her current role as the Chief Digital Officer for Welsh Local Government Association. So looking forward to her starting. And that we have, it's been a busy week this week. We've also made a successful offer to a substantive executive director of operations at the beginning of this week. We will be able to advise on that once we've worked through kind of the preliminaries, if you like, and got notice periods and that agreed with the successful candidate. But really pleased with the way that the outcome that we've managed to achieve through that process.
Helen, you flipped yourself onto mute. Don't know. You probably then. There you go.
Not sure we did that. Yeah, apologies. Thank you. We had our joint executive team meeting with the NHS Wales Chief Executive and her senior team. A really good discussion, quite challenging discussion, centered around some of our challenges, which will come through the meeting today, around kind of workforce and particularly the financial challenges going forward, and that the conversations and discussions we need around kind of sustainable financial footing really for the organisation to ensure that we are able to grow and innovate and develop in the way that we just heard earlier today.
It's happened again, Helen. Someone doesn't want us to hear you.
Is somebody muting me? I'll move my apparatus just in case I'm doing it by accident then. Okay, thank you. We've also had strategic engagement discussions with the primary care, the strategic programme for primary care, and lots of great work there for us to support that agenda. Also, I have my routine engagements with colleagues in Scotland and in NHS Digital. So they've been really positive and lots of learning, and I think some opportunities for us to do a bit more learning as a board, actually, with colleagues from Scotland and Northern Ireland in future sessions. And probably just to again reiterate, we've had the one advanced cyber incident, but that was quite a big event over the last couple of months that we've been dealing with, and I'm really proud of the organisation's response right across the board, actually, and to have been able to support clinical services and service continuity in the way that we have. And also to deal with the unfolding situation as it happened in terms of how we keep kind of our systems up and the data safe. So yeah, thank you to all of the teams involved. And we had a leadership development day the week before last, where we had over 80 of our leaders across the organisation join us at the Principality Stadium for the day, where we focused on the people and OD strategy, which we're going to hear about today, and some of our kind of strategic direction and going forward. So the first of many, a lot of energy in the room. It was really great actually to get kind of a face-to-face session in with so many people that, you know, we hadn't seen either in a couple of years or joined the organisation, you know, since we've been doing any of this face-to-face engagement and collaboration. So yeah, really pleased, and that's the first of many, and there will be a full programme of those going forward. I'm also pleased to say that we've signed a partnership agreement with the Centre for Digital Public Services. So really setting out kind of how we aim to work together, and there's some early work that's already underway between CDPS and DHCW, focused on kind of the medicines portfolio and the support they're given on the user research side of that. And just to finally to say, great progress is being made actually in that kind of flagship portfolio of work under digital medicines transformation, with across all 4 elements of the programme, and the details are in the paper rather than me go through them all. But just please take any questions or comments on the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Anyone, any questions or comments? And obviously the digital medicines, there's quite a detailed update in your written report. Marion.
Diolch Cadeirydd, a diolch I Helen arbennig am grynhoi rhai o uchafbwyntiau I hadroddiad yn fanna. Sylw yn fwy na cwestiwn sydd gen i. Dim ond I ddweud pa mor falch hon I o weld bod yna gymaint o staff wedi ymuno yn y sesiwn briffio staff. Dros 500 o staff. Mae hwnna'n ganran rhyfeddol o uchel yng nghanol prysurdeb gwaith. A dwi'n meddwl bod o'n deyrnged yn dangos yn glir sut mae'r berthynas rhwng y tîm gweithredol a gweddill y staff wedi esblygu, a mae e'n rhywbeth y gallwn ni ymfalchio yn efo, dwi'n meddwl. Ddim yn aml mae rwy'n gweld lefel yna o ymgysylltiad gyda staff. Ac ar ran y bwrdd, dwi'n siŵr bod ni'n falch iawn o weld hynny'n digwydd. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Marianne.
And it's one of the great benefits, isn't it, of the virtual world that we're used to now, that we can actually, it is possible to in a sense, get everyone in the room and to get different kind of engagement, but bigger engagement. So people are hearing things real time and an opportunity to ask questions in real time. Does anyone have any other comments or questions? Thank you very much for your report, Helen. We're going to take a short break now. I suggest we take a 15-minute break, which does then give enough time to make a cup of coffee and do other things, do something else. So it's bang on 11, so we'll return here at a minute, about just before 11:15, if we could, please. Can I remind people it's best if you turn your camera off and mute whilst you're having the break, otherwise we will all know what type of coffee you make and whatever else you're doing. So see you back here just a few seconds before 11:15. Thank you. welcome back. I think I can't. Oh, I can see everyone's. Yeah, I can see people now. See the tiles. And thank you for those people who pointed out that I failed to do what I asked everyone else to do and turn my camera off. So if we get back into the agenda, the part 5 of the agenda, the strategic items, and without any further ado, I'm going to call on Rhydian Hurl, the Executive Medical Director, to introduce the item asking us to consider the research and innovation strategy. Over to you, Rhydian. You're on mute, Rhydian.
Well, that's thank you for pointing that out, Simon. I also have a similar problem to you with admin papers in terms of it logging out. So the role of Digital Healthcare Wales in terms of collating data that potentially adds value is incredibly important to what we're here to do. I'm very grateful to Rachel Powers on the call, who's led the development of this strategy for presentation to the board, and I'd like her to come in and give her thoughts, please.
Thank you, Rhydian. So yeah, I'm bringing for consideration and approval this morning DHCW's first research and innovation strategy. Since our formation as DHCW, we've signalled a renewed and strengthened commitment to research and innovation, and that's been evidenced throughout our IMTP. The strategy, which really serves to cement this commitment further, sets out how we're going to do that. And we were keen to build on our existing strengths, also through engagement with our internal and external stakeholders, both within Wales and across the border. We wanted to understand how DHCW could enable and lead an active research and innovation portfolio that would in turn influence the delivery of high quality health and care. So we've brought this together in the strategy this morning, and firstly with a vision which signals our ambition and scope. In support of the vision, we've identified 4 strategic research and innovation aims, which cover: 1, how we'll facilitate research and innovation through the delivery of key resources and assets; 2, a focus on the quality and impact of the research and innovation we will lead and support; 3, identifying and developing effective partnerships; and 4, developing a culture of innovation that promotes creativity, learning, encouragement and support. For each of the aims, we've identified a series of actionable commitments which collectively will drive us towards the vision. And finally, in the strategy, you'll also notice that there's several examples following each of the aims, which hopefully aid with the translation of what those aims mean for DHCW, but also demonstrate some examples of the good work that we can build upon. So I'm just going to pause for some comments and questions at this point.
Oops, sorry, I mute myself. Okay, and obviously we've got the documents, the strategy in the papers, and everyone's had a chance to have a look at that, and we've had a conversation about it as in its development. Rachel, and you've taken on board the comments that that we had in that development board session. David would like to come in, and then Rowan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rachel, and thanks for the briefing on the paper. I support what we've done. I think it's an excellent piece of work, and I commend approval to the board. The one thing I would say, though, is we probably need some more clarity around what our strategic mission around value from data actually means in terms of our ambition. Because I think once we've clarified that, what we might find is that we need to increase resources and funding in this area, because it has the potential to drive huge value in the wider NHS system. So I've already spoken to Chris about this. There is an action from the board development session around clarifying that. So so I'd like that noted. And then the other thing I would suggest, linking back to the discussion we had earlier today around the Centre of Excellence for MS365, I think we need something very similar within the R&I strategy. There are challenges to doing data innovation which take time to work through and get to the point where we're actually delivering significant value. And I think what we saw this morning was an excellent example of what we need to do to act as a catalyst for the wider organisation with the Centre of Excellence. So So I would like to suggest that we take that into consideration as well.
Pick up on any points at the end, Rachel, Rydian. That's probably the best way to go about it. Rowan.
So Rachel, first off, a cracking job in getting to this stage, which I think is at one level reflects the starting line, but also reflects, is probably raising the profile of the good work that your team does. You know, there's a lot of talent within Rachel's team, in Gareth John and Tim Williams and some of the guys I work. So I'm really excited to see the strategy. The other piece that, you know, is why you're to be congratulated is how fast this field is moving, and you know, both within Wales but and also part of the UK. There are a lot of initiatives to keep up with, and you know, I was dialed into the Health Research Association that's just been set up, which is the national programme to be a national gateway into accessing longitudinal healthcare data for secondary research work, and you know that the Welsh NHS was represented there, had Life Science Hub and some of the other organisations you'd expect in Wales. So I'm really keen that we have an update from R&I within the maybe 6 months, either to the DG&S committee or to the board, to share the reflections of the first 6 months, maybe to give us a highlight of some of the research projects that you've done, because we don't hear very much about that. As I said, there's been phenomenal work in the background around COVID and other things that you've been doing, and also to kind of reflect some of the challenges of working with externals as well as internal stakeholders within the Welsh NHS and industry, and some of the cultural challenges of that. But well done. And I'll leave it to the chairman and the board sec to decide where we get that update. But I think it would be really fascinating to maintain that profile.
Thanks, Rowan. Andrew.
Thank you. Rachel knows how enthusiastic I am about this area, and I've been quite involved where I can in various parts of the research and innovation agenda. I think it's just really exciting, and it's so very important that we have this strategy. I mean, it's good for patients in Wales, but it's also good that staff who want to do some of these want to have, you know, develop their innovative ideas, have somewhere to go to build that into what they're trying to achieve. I think David raises a good point about funding. I think funding is essential. I think we need the resource, not just on a technical level, but also in ensuring that our governance is right, because we need to make sure that that we manage these things correctly and work with bodies like HCIW and things more collaboratively. So it's all about what I was going to say, really, but really exciting stuff, and very, very important.
Thank you, Andrew. Helen, and then Ruth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rachel and Rydian, and just to really to echo my to commend the strategy to the board, really, and to give my thanks to Rachel and the team for the amount of work that's gone into what is a fairly easy read, actually, for a strategy document. Actually, it's really crisp, it's really clear. I think it sets out the ambition for the organisation to be a learning organisation, to truly kind of embed that learning culture. So I just wanted to say well done to the team, really, and really pleased to see how we kind of grow and develop this as other colleagues have suggested.
Thanks, Helen. Ruth.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, echo all those comments, Rachel, and I think we had good discussions on it at the board development day, which is really helpful to engage the board with the thinking. In terms of coming back to either DG&S or the board, I would like to see it. I don't sit on DGNS, so I would like it to come back to the board. And then just a comment picking up on Alistair's point in his introduction, actually, around the care aspect of what we need to look at as DHCW. I think there's a real opportunity through this strategy for us to better understand and focus on some of that work and really start to scope that out. We've got a significant opportunity to do that from the start here, whereas naturally some of our other, our larger programs focus on the health aspect, but actually we've got a real opportunity through this strategy, and I don't know whether Alistair wanted to maybe comment on that a bit further, but I think that's something that we also need to note here. So yeah, good piece of work.
Thanks, Ruth. Ifan.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Wi'n siarad yn Gymraeg ac yn siarad yn Araf. Dwi wedi cael cyfarwyddyd I siarad yn Wi'n ategu'r sylwadau sydd wedi cael ei gwneud. Wi'n cytuno ar pwysigrwydd data yn arbennig o ran ymchwil ar draws y sector iechyd. Mae yna fuddsoddiad sylweddol iawn gan y Llywodraeth ar draws yr NHS a maes ymchwil, a wy'n gwybod bod diddordeb mawr gan Health and Care Research Wales mewn digi-trials a pethau eraill sydd yn ymlaen. Wi jyst eisiau dweud rhywbeth ynglyn â arloesi a hefyd ynglyn â ni yn bod yn hunanol I raddau. A be wy'n meddwl wrth hynna yw, mae'n hollol briodol bod y strategaeth yn sôn am pa werth fedrwn ni gynnig i'r system iechyd yn gyffredinol ac i'r system iechyd yng Nghymru. Ond I ni'n defnyddio llawer iawn o dechnoleg o fewn yn sefydliad ni'n hunain. A wy'n credu yn arbennig yn maes arloesi, yr ochr arloesi o ymchwil ac arloesi, bod e'n bwysig bod ni'n gallu adnabod beth yw'r gwerth hynny I ni yn fewnol, fel bod ni'n dod yn llawer iawn gwell ac wneud beth yw ein busnes craidd ni, sef darparu gwasanaethau digidol. Oedd yr enghraifft gaethon ni cyn torri am goffi yn enghraifft dda iawn o sut oedd yn staff ni'n gallu cyflawni cymaint yn fwy trwy ddefnyddio offer a technoleg a platform a tools diweddara. A wy'n awyddus iawn bod ni'n gweld y gwaith sy'n dod allan o'n strategaeth ymchwil ac arloesi ni, bod rhywfaint o hwnnw yn chwarae nôl mewn I beth I ni'n gwneud fel sefydliad yn fewnol. A mi ddylai hwnna ddod trwy ac yn rhoi sicrwydd I aelodau o'r bwrdd trwy yn adrodd perfformiad ni yn gyffredinol, trwy'r enghreifftiau a'r astudiaeth achos maen nhw'n gweld dros y flwyddyn neu ddwy nesaf, bod ni eisiau gweld yr arloesedd yn dod trwy yn hynny fel rhan o'n gwaith beunyddiol ni.
Thank you, Ifan. And Alistair, rising to the invitation.
Thank you, Chair. And after Evan, I was going to say I'll speak in Scottish, but I'll probably stick with English. Yeah, and just further to Ruth's earlier comment, I was actually going to bring this up in 5.2 under the People and Organizational Development Strategy, just how we as an organization can best support and add value across looking at care more broadly than care within the NHS, and really what those opportunities are and where digital can play its part. So it's something that perhaps I'll pick up in the next item particularly, but it's really just to amplify and support Ruth's point about that.
Thank you, Alistair. Marilyn.
Yes, I just want to echo really about the research and innovation, about looking at the connections we made. So at the summit on Tuesday, it was noted there was such benefit to be gained by working with the voluntary sector. So, just in our work as well, looking at what they've already done as well, looking at how we can tap into that as well, so that we can maximise the benefit for both ourselves as an organisation, but like Alistair said, at large outside just from the context of health, but as care, generally as well.
Yeah, it's a good point, Marilyn. I think one of the messages that came through on Tuesday was that there's an awful lot of work, really good work going on in digital, delivered and developed through sometimes quite small organizations, and it's just getting it surfaced and mainstreamed that I'm sure we can play a part in through the research and innovation work we do. I'll ask you to come in, Rachel, if you want to pick up on any points. I may just make one point, and I think we all know, and I'm sure you'd echo that no strategy, particularly one that's in the field of research and innovation, is in a is in a closed state. It's inevitably, picking up on your points, David, it's going to be a developing thing, isn't it, as we move forward. So Rachel, do you want to pick up on anything, and then Rydian, if you want to, any closing comments, please do.
Yeah, I'm just going to thank board members for the comments, and I'm very supportive of everything that's been mentioned, and I would agree this very much is the start of a long journey ahead. And I think that the usefulness of the strategy is it's setting out a plan of attack, how we can approach it in the best way. So I think it's useful to have the strategy in place, but absolutely acknowledge that this is the start of some really important work. Just in respect of comments around communicating further and how we can embed, to Ivan's point around how we can embed more within the existing organisational performance reports and through various mechanisms that we've already got in place. Again, we're putting plans in place to enact that, but also trying to draw out some of the specifics that we can pull into some key communications and reports. And I think we've signalled an ambition to produce an annual report. But Rowan, taking your comments about maybe we need to chunk that down into something in the next 6 months to bring back to board members, or maybe through the committee structure. And yes, and just the final comment then in respect of Alistair, your comment around picking up the care aspect. I think that very much was a factor in consideration when we were considering the scope of the strategy, and one of the key partners that we've consulted with throughout the development of the strategy was Social Care Wales, and working out how we could come together with our partners in Social Care Wales to collectively enrich that research and innovation environment. And that's something that we've committed to going forward, to ensure that we stay attuned and we can support each other where possible. So yeah, that's all I'll add. But thank you very much for comments, and also for the work from board members in the development of the strategy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. If you don't feel you need to, Rydian, don't feel obliged, but is there anything you wanted to?
Just a quick thank you to Rachel, who's an excellent member of the team, and I really appreciate her leadership here. We will be defining what value means. It goes beyond financial. Value-based healthcare is at the heart of what we deliver to improve outcomes across health and social care, as we as an organisation support digital transformation.
Thank you, Rydian. Thank you, Rachel. And I'm sure the board would want me to echo the comments today on this, to appreciate all the work and hard work that's gone into getting us to where we are with this strategy, recognising that it's not something you'll be putting on a shelf. Obviously, it's a living beast. So I'm ask the board to approve the research and innovation strategy. People are happy to do that. I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rachel. Moving on then to item 5.2, the people and organizational development strategies. I'm going to just in a second invite Sarah Jane Taylor, our Director of People and Organizational Development, to introduce. Just one note, I think Sarah Jane would probably do this anyway. There's been a slight amendment to slide 12 from your printed papers that you've received in advance, but I'm sure Sarah will point that out when we get to it. And we are going to be asked, and Sarah's going to talk us through this, to sign up to the Values and Behaviours Pledge that is included in the presentation. We'll come back to that as a specific action at the end of the item. Sarah Jane, over to you.
Welcome, thank you, and thank you very much. We've had a really good board session on this in a bit more detail, and that was great. The strategy itself has been socialised and engaged, and input through the chief exec and the executive team, through the management board, through the local partnership forum, throughout the workforce. And the reason, as you rightly say, Chair, that there's been a few amendments on the values slide is because we did a piece of work on this at the leadership event a couple of weeks ago, but because of the timing of the papers, we couldn't update some of the small changes that were made in some of the key themes that people just wanted some small changes on the values piece. So nothing too radical, but I will go through those just to make sure that you've got the final version. So I'll just quickly whistle through this. We have gone through this in a little bit of detail, but I'll just go through that just to emphasise the key focus. Thank you, Emma. Thank you. So the strategy has been built around key partnerships and the building blocks of our ambition to be an employer of choice of a diverse workforce, a great place to work, high performing, with great values and behaviours, building on the work that's already in place. But similar to Rachel on the R&I strategy, this will be the first people in OD strategy for the organisation. Next slide, please, Emma. Thank you. I won't go through this in detail, but again, it's just to confirm, because I'm looking for approval to take this forward today, that we have taken into account key considerations across all wells, wider context. So this is a combination and an overlay to ensure that this is integral, seamless and supportive of a variety of key commitments across NHS Wales and wider organisations. Next slide, Rachel. And the next one. Next slide, Rachel, not Rachel, Emma, sorry. Okay, so there's some key themes in the strategy, and the strategy is from 2022 to 2025. We're looking at prioritising that, and just a note to the board, all of the areas of focus have got sub-strategies and action plans underneath them, which I won't share today because we obviously haven't got quite a few hours time to go through that. But there's a keen focus on a number of things, many of which come out of the digital workforce review, which is in progress at the moment. That's in draft final copy. But looking at workforce planning, retention, recruitment, values, digital inclusion, equality and talent. So very much aligned to a key piece of work that's been undertaken. Next slide, please, Emma. And the next one. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the key themes, as I've mentioned, if I could just go on to the next slide, Emma. Thank you. This is a key theme, shaping the workforce. So there are 6 key pillars, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail, which we did have an opportunity to talk through. Extraordinary leadership, great organisation to work, strategic workforce planning, grow your own talent and retention, well-being and engagement, and new ways of working. We can just go on to the next slide, please, Emma. So the extraordinary leadership piece, and as both the chair and the chief executive have said already today at the board meeting, we held our first leadership event a week and a half ago, 80 plus attendees, which was fantastic, and a number of other people attended, which was great. So really we're looking to support our leaders, that they are embracing change, they can continuously improve, working well with others in partnership, and really focusing on their personal resilience, resourcefulness and agility. I think that's really important. The great organisation to work we have had in the past and are still at the minute in a number of places receiving quite a lot of accolades and positive feedback and awards and so forth. But really to have people that are really proud to work for the organisation, have good experiences here, building partnerships, having their voices heard, and very much in line with Rachel, the policy that the strategy that she's just gone through. The research and innovation piece, really, that encouragement of innovation and support and development is absolutely critical. Can I have the next slide, please, Emma? So in terms of the strategic workforce planning, this was one of the key features from the workforce digital review. And very much we've started doing quite a lot of work in this space at the minute. As I've said, there are a number of themes that have already started, waiting for this to be signed off, but we're obviously working on this on an ongoing basis. But we've just stood up the strategic resourcing group, and that's focusing on recruitment and hotspots and how to best recruit for the next 6 months. But really, we've got a keen eye on what that's going to look like in a year, 5 years, 10 years, and working with the education sector and wider partners. So there's a lot of work in this space that will be moving forward, some of which has already started. But this is really going to put us on the map, really, and help us. And there's, I think, just under 4,500 people that work in the digital environment across Wales. So it's really important for us to be that leader in that space and to support that moving forward. So we'll be working in partnership with others to take that forward in a really positive way, but being the front runner and the primary on that. So in terms of grow your own, I think I've mentioned at a previous board meeting, 54% of the organisation last year actually received a progression or promotion within the organisation, so internal moves. So there's lots of things that are going on in that developmental space, support space, opportunities to grow our talent, to support people taking on new roles, developing their careers and so forth. And this is a key focus of the strategy and a number of support enablers put in place. So although we're working in our new teams environment in a hybrid working fashion, this is still very much a keen focus, making sure the leadership are supporting the one-to-ones, the appraisals, the objective settings, the mid-year reviews, development and so forth. This is absolutely at the heart of everything. And it's one of our key retention enablers as well. So it's absolutely integral. And the next slide, please, Emma. Thank you. So we'll hear about this a little bit later today when we have a discussion about wellbeing, but wellbeing engagement, again, is absolutely essential. We've got a number of different things that are in play at the moment, and we've got all of the offerings for the workforce on our workforce and OD pages on our intranet SharePoint. But just to say that this is, you know, we are now finalists for the Wellbeing Awards. Thanks, Emma. We are now finalists for the Wellbeing Awards as an organisation. We are supporting people with a range of things, with physical wellbeing, mental wellbeing, financial wellbeing, and so forth. So there's lots of things that are supportive. And I think one of the things that we discussed at the leadership event was we just need to support each other, be kind, listen, understand, and help. And this has been a very close piece of working with the trade unions as well, and task and finish groups from different people that have just said, I'm really interested in this, I'd like to get involved. So this will be a continuation of all the good work that's in place, and to continuously develop and support that, to make sure that we're at the front of the queue really, and to support our workforce in this arena. And the new ways of working, we've just gone out now with an engagement of our new policy for hybrid working to the workforce and the trade unions, and that went live, I think, this week. So this is very much about understanding how we're working differently, how we optimise those opportunities, but very much in that people space, how do we get the benefits of that? And there's no disbenefit. So it's very much checking in and ensuring that this is being very positive for our overall performance, but it's also supporting people, their well-being, their development and so forth. So it's a really good policy that's been developed in that space. So next slide, please, Emma. Thank you. So you'll be aware from our session that we had at the board development of our values and behaviours and our culture. And there's a number of things there that I think we went through, and I think they resonated with us all. I'm just going to click into my other screen, which has given me some information. So the very small changes that have been made from the leadership event, and these are things that people felt quite strongly about, just a few tweaks really. So under the collaboration one is to add reflecting and continuous learning. Under innovation, to change continuous learning to collaboration, to amend transform to transformational, to remove pushing boundaries to we are ambitious, and to add courageous. Under the inclusive one, to change fair to fairness, add equity, and add celebrate success and achievements. Under excellence, add empowerment and remove high standards as quality is in there, which is the same. And the compassionate one, it was absolutely to stay the same. There was no views on that. And this has been compiled, just to say, for record, with a combination of efforts from the staff conference, the leadership event. We did an all staff survey about a month ago to make sure that what we thought we had was about right. There were some tweaks following that, and this is what has surmounted into this this value set. So it's been a really, partnership working and engagement piece to come up with this. This is not something that me and my team have sort of developed in isolation. So we feel that this really does resonate with the workforce and is very important. And, in terms of living and breathing that at the leadership event, can I just have the next slide, please, Emma? Thank you. At the leadership event, I asked everybody if we would sign the pledge, which is supporting our values, our behaviour and our culture. And everybody that attended the event, we took a photo, they signed the pledge, and it was very much a signal for the organisation to say this is who we are, what we're about, what we believe in and how we're going to operate really and support each other. So I'd like to ask the board if you would consider signing that and sending that through. We've now got a virtual pledge board And it's just a signal for our organisation being a really good employer. And I think from the leadership, and the board is obviously the top leadership team, I'd very much encourage you to do so, and to perhaps, Chair, to report back next month on the findings of that. So I'd welcome any questions and answers in terms of the strategy. I know we had a good session earlier last week or the week before. And I'm really keen to get the signal for the approval so I can take forward all of the sub-strategies and action plans and some of the key work themes that need to move forward. And again, thank you everybody that's contributed into this. It's been a really good team effort, and thank you for all your inputs and refinements to get it to where it is. So I'm really excited about taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. I've got a number of people wanting to come in. So it's Alistair and then Rowan.
Thank you, Chair, and Sarah Jane, thanks for the presentation. I thought it was really extremely good. I just wonder if I may make a few observations as an independent member just coming into working within DHCW in the last few weeks, and that just a few thoughts that strike me. One of those is that it seems to me that as an organization, we need to develop our confidence in explaining who we are, and that can really best start in the way that we explain who we are to everybody coming into the building or our buildings, but certainly in Cardiff, and setting out visually and in different ways what we do, who we are. Right now, I don't know the other buildings, but our Cardiff building looks to me to be one that we could really develop that so that every employee coming in can have that reminder and develop the pride in what we do, who we are. It also strikes me that our building itself, there are, I'm sure, many things that could be words that could be used to describe the building, but I'm going to use it as very well located from the point of view of passing traffic. There are an awful lot of people who pass that building. Why don't we use the space to say who we are and what we do, and develop that confidence that, developing performance as has happened since we've started up, the importance of our role, our mission, our strategy. There's an awful lot that we would want to say to people who we are and why we're here, in constructive terms, not in sort of, selling soap powder strap lines, but, something that we can take out there. And we might want to give some thought to what the front of that building could look like. If I may flip to the area I was just referencing on item 5.1, and that is in terms of who we are and what we do. I've been particularly struck by the use of the word care, not only in our very name, but in the core reference points. For example, on our website, we explain to anyone who will look at that we have an important role in changing the way health and care services are delivered. We describe DHCW in taking forward the next generation of services needed to transform health and care delivery. Interestingly, we move into talking about supporting frontline staff with modern systems. But the reference behind that, it seems to me, is all NHS frontline staff. And those two things don't quite align to me. We move on to talking about, in our website, in who we are, delivering new digital solutions to support care, including community care, and we specify that. And we move on to talking about using data to provide insight and improve how health and care services are delivered and accessed by patients. And there's quite a lot there that I think could be unpacked in the connection with care. It's not all about data. It includes data, but it's about the digital transformation possibilities that exist there. And it's not only about patients, it's about residents. And care expressed in that way, I think, is something that we should be considering. So it's something I noticed very specifically I was part of the stakeholder panel for the interviews for the digital director of digital operations last week. And it seemed to me both our briefing job descriptions lacked really clear reference to that whole arena of what care stretches into, beyond care within the NHS. And when I asked the individual candidates, it was very clear, I think for all panel, but certainly very clear to me that none of them had given the slightest bit of thought. It was as if I was saying, you know, have you ever thought about taking a trip to the moon? You know, they kind of reference, well, what it would be like to get into a rocket, but actually talking about, you know, what's your thinking about how digital operations might connect with care outside of the NHS. They were hoofing it. They were making it up on the spot. And it was, I don't think I'm misdescribing it for any of the candidates. So I really just wanted to bring it in this particular area, which it seems to me people in OD, it really starts with that, because I think it needs to become part of who we are and what we do in a more telling and a more real way. I'd be delighted to have more discussion about that offline with colleagues. But Chair, thank you for allowing me to say a few words on that.
Thank you, Alistair. There's a couple of, well, more than a couple of some very important, interesting points in there, which we'll probably pick up. I'm sure Sarah Jane will pick up on in a moment. Rowan.
So Sarah Jane, congratulations on this piece of work. And you know, I think one of the things that buoyed me when it was initially presented to us was the engagement across the exec team and recognizing that it was everyone's job. And you know, we are a unitary board, so it's all of our jobs. And yes, of course, you know, I'm only too happy to sign the pledge. I think this is really important, not just because of the symbolism, but because our staff look to us for the embodiment of these policies in everything we do. You know, beyond the document, beyond what's stuck on the wall, you know, actions speak so much louder than words. And you know, I remember an OD consultant I used to work with who's from Silicon Valley, and he would always say, you have to be worthy of great talent. You know, we are recruiting and we have staff who have, it's a very competitive market. They have very special skills across this organization, whether they're in the technical team, business team, whether they're clinical facing teams, they have options. And you know, I think we have to realize that. And if I just might build on Alistair's point, you know, the name of the organization isn't healthcare, it's health and care. And you know, unfortunately the NHS generally only sees us when we're sick. So that big ambition, translating how we make our NHS services, you know, a wonderful experience for those who work in the organization, as well as those who, you know, have the misfortune to interact with it, because nobody really wants to go to the doctors or the hospitals. And we empower people to live their best quality lives. I think Alistair is a point really well made across Wales, whether you're an employee or not. So thank you, Sarah Jane. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Rowan. Andrew, and then Ruth.
It's just a very quick one for me. Obviously, I'm very much involved in this area. It's just to say thank you, really, to Sarah Jane and the team in the way that they're approaching the support of the workforce, and we collaborate significantly, and the board will be aware of that. And I'm just going to say how important it was that we do look after our workforce in the way that we do. We're involved on a number of groups of the organisation, so we really are embedded in making sure that we get things right, hopefully. And I will be signing the pledge.
Ruth, and then Marion.
Thank you, and thanks, Sarah Jane. It's really good to see this piece of work coming together. You know, I think over the last year we've thrown a lot of the workforce challenges at Shikla Mansfield, our head of workforce and OD, and it's really good to see that the work that she started off now has come together under this strategy. And you know, commend her and the rest of the team for bringing that together. Really, then Rowan probably captured my comments about the broadness of what we do and how we need our OD strategy to reflect that and to start to look outside the boundaries of where we are. We need to look at the start and the finish of somebody's journey coming in. How do we attract the widest possible talent? How do we have the right people with the right skills? So I think this is a great place to start. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. As befits the nature of this discussion, lots of people want to come in. So I got Marion and then Claire.
Diolch, Cadeirydd, a gain yn ongyfarch Sarah Jane a Shikla yn arbennig am y gwaith rhagorol sydd yn sail i'r ddogfen yma. Mae'n ddatblygiad pwysig, mae'n garreg filltir bwysig, dwi'n meddwl, yn ein hanes ni fel sefydliad. Ac fel mae eraill eisoes wedi dweud, mae wedi bod yn arbennig o braf gweld dyfnder yr ymgysylltu sydd wedi bod gyda staff, gyda partneriaid, I ddwad â ni i'r man pwysig yma heddiw. Mae'n bwysig bod ni gyd wrth gwrs yn perchnogi hwn, ac cwestiwn falle sgennau yn hytrach na sylw, sut rwan fyddan ni'n sicrhau bod pob aelod o staff, pob un o'n partneriaid ni yn ymwybodol o'r ddogfen bwysig yma, fel mae hi'n esblygu, fel yma cynlluniau gweithredu yn cael ei cyflawni, sydd yn ni'n sicrhau bod pawb yn deall be dyn ni fwriadu wneud, sut dyn ni'n symud ymlaen. Achos o'n i bai bod pob un ohono ni'n perchnogi hwn, mater o brynt ar bapur fydd ende, neu fydd e'n dal yn bodoli ar yn gwefan ni. Felly, beth yw'r cynllun cyfathrebu? Sut dyn ni'n sicrhau bod hon yn parhau fod yn strategaeth fyw? Dyna'r cwestiwn cyntaf. Yr ail gwestiwn mae'n debyg ydy, Sarah Jane, be ydych chi'n gweld ydy'r heriau mwyaf I ni o ystyried y cyd-destun heriol dyn ni byw ynddo heddiw? Be fydd yr heriau mwyaf bydd yn gwneud i'n anodd I ni ddilifro'r strategaeth yma? Diolch.
I can answer those. So
do you want to pick it up at the end, Sarah Jane? Because and it'd be easier that way, though there's a lot there already. So if I bring in Claire, Helen, if you don't mind, because I suspect you're going to be contributing in a different nature, I'll bring Marilyn in before yourself. So it's Claire and then Marilyn.
So I was going to build on a lot of what's already been said, but for me, the key thing is about people and organisational development. And what Alistair touched on is the tangible and the intangible aspects of that. The intangible, I think, relates to what Marion was saying, is how do we bring it alive in the way that we behave and the way we implement it and the way we communicate and spread this. But I was going to come back on the tangible aspects that Alistair raised about how do we create our identity through the office space and through the environment in which we work on. And through the new ways of working group, we are looking at that because as a new digital organisation that is operating very remotely now, which is a significant change, actually the needs and requirements of our space is also changing. So as part of our board development and our board work programme, you'll see an estate strategy coming ahead. I think it's due to be presented in November, which will incorporate some of those aspects of making our identity come alive through our space and through our estate strategy. So it's a really good point, and it's one that we've picked up and we are working on to try and do just that. Thanks.
Thank you, Claire. Marilyn, and then I'm going to put you behind Ivan as well, Helen. Apologies. Marilyn.
No worries. I was just going to try to make the point about what Alistair said about the people and the care side of it. And I just wondered, I read the policy, but I just wondered from a staffing point of view and attracting people. I think often a lot of strategies are thinking about the outcome based for the person or the recipient, but I think I couldn't see an equal weight given to members of staff and how they get developed in a similar way and they end up with what they want. I mean, I know it's there, but like follow on from Marion said, how can people feel that? How would I choose DHCW over somebody else? How, you know, how are we going to give that message in a practical way?
Great. I'm sure Sergio will pick up on that. Ivan, I think you're probably going to pick up something around where we are on care and what it means for us.
Diolch Simon. Cyn I fi wneud hynny, just I ddweud bod, wel, ar eich cais chi, rwy a Chris yn gwneud tipyn bach o waith yn edrych ar brand ac identity ein sefydliad a sut mae hynna'n cyfleu hi'n trwy'r holl raglenni gwahanol i ni'n darparu, a byddwn ni'n gobeithio dod â rhywbeth nôl, falle at un o'r sesiwn yn datblygu bod rhywbeth yn gynnar yn y flwyddyn newydd, sy'n ni'n disgwyl ar hwnna. A siŵr o fod dylen ni aros cyn bod ni'n gweld hynny, cyn bod ni'n penderfynu beth ni'n rhoi ar tu allan yr adeilad, achos mae hwnna'n gyfle i ni i fod yn bach fwy tyn ynglyn â sut ni'n cyflwyno'n hunain. Jyst yn gweud rhywbeth ynglyn â gofal, mi fes i'n y Llywodraeth cyn dod fan hyn yn amlwg yn rhan o sefydlu y corff newydd ac ar y rhaglen i sefydlu'r corff. A dath y cwestiwn lan ar y pryd, beth yw ystyr gofal yn y teitl. A at ddibenion y rhaglen sefydlu, ystyr gofal oedd yr NHS a y rhaglen WCCIS, sef y system i ni'n darparu ar hyn o bryd. Eto mae da ni sesiwn datblygu bwrdd, lle ni'n edrych ar llywodraethiant yn gwahanol raglenni cyn bo hir, a mae sawl un ohonoch chi wedi cael rhywfaint o brofiad o llywodraethiant y rhaglen hynny. Mae wahanol i rai eraill sydd gyda ni, oherwydd bod awdurdodau lleol yn annibynnol. A mae'r sector gofal ddim yn dod o dan o'r chymyn a cyfarwyddyd y Llywodraeth yn yr un ffordd ar NHS. A felly mae'n anos i weithio yn y sector hynny i ni fel corff cenedlaethol oherwydd bod popeth yn cael ei drafod. Chi hefyd wedi gweld yr her i ni'n gwynebu o ran blaenoriaethu yr holl gyfleoedd digidol, ond y capacity sydd gyda ni i gyflawni hynny. So, be byddwn ni'n gynnig yw, ar hyn o bryd, ac o ran sefydlu y corff, dyna yw cwmpas gofal. Mae'n bwysig iawn bod ni'n cadw ar uchelgais i ymestyn tu hwnt i hynny dros amser, a wy'n credu bod llawer iawn fedrwn ni'n neud i arwen y system a'i ddarparu offer a technoleg a mae'r partneriaeth gyda CDPS, oedd Helen yn gyfeirio at ynghint, yn rhan o hynny, a mae'r rôl newydd Sam Hall sydd ar fi'n ymuno gyda ni hefyd yn rhan o hynny. Ond fedrwn ni ddim neidio mewn i'r maes hynny ar draws Cymru i gyd gyda'r canodd o ddarparwyr gwahanol sydd yn gweithio yn y sector gofal yn syth, ond mae hynny'n sicr yn rhywbeth mae eisiau ni cadw fel uchelgais mwyn gwireddu y gair gofal yn y teitl ni.
Thank you, Ivan, and thanks for mentioning the conversations we've been having around brand, because there's some core stuff in the people in OD that you'd want to bring into your brand, isn't it? It's, you know, in many ways your brand is wholly linked to your people and the people who work for you and the people you want to bring in. Now, I haven't forgotten about you, Helen. Helen.
Thank you, Chair. That's fine. So just to finish off, you know, and thanks, Ivan, for kind of the clarification there. And I guess that was one of the bits that I wanted to come in on, really, just to so I suppose be clear of our position in that, and in some respects, Alistair, I guess I can sympathise, if you like, with the candidates and the example that you've shared, really, in terms of the stakeholder event. We don't have any operational responsibilities for outside of the NHS in Wales. That is our operational remit. But what we are is a key collaborator and partner to the wider system, and I think that's the bit really that perhaps we need to be calling out a bit louder, if you like, in terms of our website, but being really clear that we do that through partnerships and through the work that we've been doing through Social Care Wales and more widely with local government. But the remit is operationally is to provide services into the NHS in Wales and support those that reach across, like WCCS as the key example, if you like, in terms of where our remit lies. And it was really good. I'm glad Claire came in, really, and it'll be I'm really quite excited to see the estate strategy come to the board next time around, and to see whether, time permitting, we make sure we can incorporate some of the branding in the ideas that we've got in terms of so we've all had the same reflections, I think, because we have a fantastic location for a number of our sites, and particularly in Cardiff, where we're located. It's probably not the prettiest of buildings, we'll put it that way. So there's perhaps something that we would want to do about that in terms of recognising that. And coming back to the people in OD strategy, I just wanted to say it's another big step forward. Actually, we've had a few of them today, actually, in terms of the, you know, setting our stall as an organisation, and actually the people who are the heart of our organisation. And we've said about this a lot, actually, in our first kind of 18 months of establishment. You know, the organisation is the people that work here. It's all of the staff, it's all of us. So I think bringing the strategy here today is a really big step forward for the organisation. The work is there to do, and I know a lot of the work is, you know, has already begun. But I just wanted to say a thank you to Sarah Jane and Shikla and the team, really. And it's great, you know, Sarah Jane, her first kind of 5 months in the organisation, to bring the strategy to the board and to lay out kind of the direction of travel, I think is a big step forward for us. So thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Just before bringing you back in, Sarah Jane, and we've run over time on this, but I've deliberately not said stop this because this is such an important strategy. We know that doing right by our people, attracting new people, being an employer of choice is so critical to everything that we do, that it's important that we spend an appropriate amount of time looking at this particular strategy. Sarah Jane, do you want to pick up on as much of that as you can in as brief as time as possible, so that you do it justice? But
absolutely, I think some of my colleagues have helpfully answered some of them, which was great. I think I'll just pick up on a couple of things. I think from Marilyn's point was understanding, you know, that career pathway piece. We're doing some work on that, and that's coming out of the digital workforce review. And perhaps, Marilyn, we could work together as perhaps you being a critical friend on that, really, to help shape and support some of that as it moves forward. So there is some work already that's started, but actually in terms of getting that into good order and taking that forward, we'll be working again in partnership. But it's really going to be a key signal as us as a leader in that space, in the digital space, about how people can start and progress their careers and what they need to do to go to the next level and so forth. So it'll be quite an exciting piece of work. So hopefully that's helpful. And again, because the strategy is very high level, there's action plans and such under each of the elements. So again, I can have perhaps an offline discussion with you to go through that in a little bit more detail. I think in terms of the communications, Marilyn, we have a Marion, we have a comms plan, and I can't remember all of it on there, but we developed it a little while ago. But in essence, there's, you know, we've mentioned earlier about the staff briefing, so we've got the staff briefing. It's already gone through a number of fora in terms of that engagement and socialisation piece, in terms of getting that fit and feel and input and so forth. But we've got the staff briefing, we'll have the website, but also it will go to directorate meetings, it will go down through to the team meetings and so forth. There's an expectation that these themes will be part of the manager's remits in terms of how they will support and develop their teams and individuals and so forth. So absolutely, we will do checks and balances on that through pulse surveys and updates and so forth, as well as using the staff briefing, which we do very well each month. And there's really quite an interactive Q&A, questions and answer piece as part of that, which really helps us understand if things are landing, they're supported, or there's still some challenges or some areas that we need to modify. So it's about, you're absolutely right, keeping it live, keeping it real, and making sure it's embedded, because we don't want to put it on a dusty shelf and it doesn't go anywhere. That's absolutely not what this is. So we're really hoping that this is going to build the momentum that's already begun, really.
Thank you, Sarah Jane, and I'd add my appreciation and the collective appreciation of the board of all the work that's gone into this strategy, because it is clearly a huge amount of work and a huge amount of work ahead of us, building on it and delivering it. So people happy to approve the strategy that has been presented today? I'm sure you are. Thank you very much. And importantly, and no one is going to say no to this, I'm certain that people are happy to sign the pledge around values and behaviours. And what we'll do is we'll bring something to the next board to and it would be nice to, I mean, I know this a bit trite, but it would be nice to have some sort of photo opportunity with the board, so that we can put that out through various media channels. It's important for people see that we are our commitment, as well as hear it in the board like this. So I'm sure we're all happy to be signing that pledge, and if you could give us links to how we do that, send us all a link to how we do that, as you mentioned, Sarah Jane, that'd be great. So thank you very much, Sarah Jane. If I move then on to the strategic procurement report, and we have been joined, I think, by Michelle Seller. Hello, Michelle, welcome. Croeso. So Ivan, would you like to introduce this item, and then I'm sure you'll be handing over to Michelle to help us through the detail.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Simon. Hoffwn i gyflwyno'r eitem hon a cyflwyno Michelle.
Nice and simple. Diolch. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ivan. Good afternoon. So I'm just going to do a very brief introduction to the procurement report, particularly for new board members and anyone who might be listening into our board, just to provide a bit of context, really, and some of us would be much more familiar with this. So under our standing orders, if we're proposing to enter into a contract that's value exceeds £750,000, then we require the board's approval to do so as an organisation. That's in addition to the chief executive. Below that value, the chief executive has authority to enter into contracts for the organisation. And the other point, just to note, under standing orders, if we're proposing to enter into a contract with a value over £1 million, then we're required to notify Welsh Government of our intention to do so. So we submit a document to Welsh Government. They confirm they've received our notification. That's the way that process works. So this is the formal part of that process, but also worth noting, I think, that any contract that something that I bring to present to the board has already been through quite a rigorous process before it gets to this point. So if we're procuring under a project or programme, then the board of that respective project or programme would oversee the procurement and would confirm the recommendation to the board. If it's an internal requirement to DHCW, then we would stand up a specific evaluation team internally. And those recommendations are the ones we're going to look at today. Would have been through the management board before coming to this point, and that's where the chief exec and the execs particularly take a view on, strategic fit, the process that we've been through, funding availability, resourcing, etc. So those we've been through those channels, but obviously happy to take any questions in any of those areas. So I'll take these one at a time, as I usually do. So I'm going to start. There are two contracts that I'm presenting today, seeking the approval of the board to award. And there's another item really just to keep the board briefed on one of our other strategic contracts that I just wanted to touch on. So the first contract, interestingly, I think Helen in her chief exec's update mentioned the vaccine programme and Simon's letter. That letter probably came through the messaging platform. And the messaging platform is a contract that we've entered into to support the vaccination programme. So colleagues may be aware, we've actually been using this service since December 2020 through the Cabinet Office. So it's a public sector arrangement actually, and a messaging platform that was stood up within the public sector for specifically this use, for secure, to provide a secure platform so that we could issue principally letters, I think it has been to date, but also SMS text messages to the public of Wales. And in that case, it was likely an invitation to book an appointment or attend an appointment to get your vaccine booster, hopefully, Simon. And that's what the platform does. So this in this situation, we are proposing to enter into a new contract, the previous contract having expired. We're looking at a term of 12 months for the contract. I think hopefully everyone will appreciate the management of the pandemic, although she says hopefully in a more certain place than it has been. It's still quite difficult to say definitively how this will play out in the medium to long term. So we're continuing to work with the vaccine programme to deliver services. So we think we need this agreement in place for at least another 12 months, really. And the expenditure under the contract, again, very much will mirror the level of activity. So we know that we've issued quite a lot of letters in the past. We can use the text messaging for reminders. And actually, this is quite a big benefit, as I understand it, to our health board colleagues, because it removes that sort of overhead from them so that they can focus on other services. So the contract that is proposed is for 12 months. The maximum contract value, as I said, which depends on usage, and this is based on usage to date, really an indication, is £2.5 million. We want to start the contract on the 1st of October. And just in terms of completeness, the notification has been submitted to Welsh Government. We're actually just waiting at the moment for confirmation of receipt from Welsh Government. So I'm seeking the approval of the board, subject to receipt of that confirmation, that I would then provide to Simon as chair before we actually execute the agreement in this case.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions, comments on that one? I'm not the only one who's had a letter, by the way, Michelle.
Hope not. Yeah.
No, are people happy to approve that? Thank you very much. Next one, Michelle.
Thank you. So the next contract I'm presenting is for our Google, she can't say it, reseller agreement. So we've discussed, and this is part of our cloud hosting strategy actually, and again we've discussed this previously as a board. So just a quick reminder, we previously agreed as part of that strategy that we would look at a multi-vendor environment. So we weren't necessarily selecting one cloud hosting partner for the next period, that we wanted to consider the most appropriate partner for our technical and service requirements. So a technical justification has already been put together and agreed for the NDR program, and this is to develop the national data platform, and we had made the justification that Google we felt was the right cloud hosting partner for us to work with in this respect. Google don't actually sell services directly to the public sector. They do so through resellers or approved partners. So we ran a procurement. We ran an open procurement under the public contract regulations and considered competitive offers from partners. And what they will do, they provide access to the licensing. The cost of the Google licensing itself is actually set through a public sector pricing agreement, but they also provide additional services, so maybe consultancy services or other services over and above the licenses themselves. So we're proposing to enter into a contract with Computer Centre. The contract is for a 4-year period to enable us to really move that forward, the relationship and the requirements in that area. Again, I've put a maximum value against that. So again, this depends on call off and usage. So we're not committed to any value under this contract, but we're saying the maximum value we would expect to commit is £10 million. And this is absolutely key, particularly to our NDR program in terms of taking forward the national data platform. So I'm pleased to say this one has been notified to Welsh Government and they have confirmed receipt of the notification. So subject to the approval of the board, then we would be in a position to execute this agreement and move forward from the 1st of October.
It's a bit like having a pen pal, isn't it? Are there any questions or comments? Ivan, you want to come in on this one?
Yeah, diolch, Simon. Wi jyst eisiau diolch i Michelle osod hynna allan mor gryf a glir ac awdurdodol. A just tynnu sylw aelodau'r bwrdd bod ni'n fwy na thebyg yn mynd i fod yn cael mwy o gontractiau o'r math hyn wrth bod ni'n symud o wariant cyfalaf sydd wedi benodi i'r swm union dros nifer o flynyddoedd i wasanaethau yn y cwmwl neu pethau tebyg. Mi fyddwn ni yn gweld mwy o gontractiau sydd hyd at rhyw uchafswm a wedyn byddwn ni yn rheoli o fewn hynny. Mae hwnna'n rhan o bod ni'n gallu gweithio mewn ffordd mwy ystwyth ac ymatebol. A wy'n gobeithio bod aelodau yn croesawu yr hyblygrwydd mae hwnna'n rhoi ni ymateb i bethau sydd yn datblygu. So wy'n jyst eisiau tynnu sylw hwnna a diolch yn fawr iawn i Michelle am gyflwyno.
Thanks, Ivan. David, you want to come in? Oh, and Ruth.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Michelle. I did have some questions around the nature of the contract, in particularly how we were going to design security into the platform and the use of accelerators. I've had a offline conversation with Rebecca around that, and I'm happy that we've taken all those things in consideration. So I'm happy to support approval.
Thank you, David and Ruth.
Thanks, diolch, and yeah, thanks to Michelle. I just wanted to respond to Ivan's point, really. I mean, I think we are happy to approve these contracts and understand the nature of them. I think and Michelle will know this because I always challenge her about it, is that actually we are doing things within the pre-approval that we've got, and then that we don't start coming back with additional things that we didn't plan for. So within the envelope of what we agree, we need to be very clear that we're calling down the things that we we should be, and that we're not coming back outside of approval cycles or having things presented back to us where we've gone over the limit. And Michelle will know this from conversations at audit committee and other things that I've raised around procurement. And I'm pleased to say that we are much clearer on that now, and that's largely thanks to the work of Michelle and her team. So yeah, I'm very happy to approve. Thank you.
Okay. Anything you specifically want to come back on there, Michelle?
I was just briefly, and then I just wanted to do a very brief update on the other item because it's quite a nice little.
Yeah, come back on that item, then I'll ask for approval.
Fine.
And then we'll move
So
on to Visio.
The point I was going to come back was, thank you, Ruth, appreciate that. We have discussed this, and particularly controls around cloud and our usage of cloud and some of the challenges or the opportunities that presents. What I should have said in my update, obviously we've got the Cloud Council that meets now. So it's currently being chaired by our Deputy Director of Finance. So very nice attention there on the finances and the controls around that. And Mark does a great job to keep that in order, but it's a kind of multi-specialty group. And as well as being managed through the NDR program, which I'm sure Rebecca will manage very carefully, the Cloud Council will have oversight of this agreement as they do with the other hosting agreements to ensure that we've got the right controls in place.
Thank you, Michelle. Are people happy to approve the Google Reseller Framework Agreement? Yes, thank you. And then you wanted to update us on an item around the Azure services.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this was just a quick update to the board. Really, I'm not seeking approval on this one, you may be pleased, but really to keep you in the loop, because this is a key agreement. You'll recall, I think it was at the May board when we made the decision to award the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement, and we also factored in there our commitment as well as the service that's made available to NHS Wales. There was some specific commitments for this organisation in relation to that agreement. So it was a bit of additional activity really under that agreement that I just wanted to bring to your attention. So under the overall enterprise agreement, we've signed up now to a Microsoft customer agreement. Not very helpful in the title, is it, as I say, as I read that, but that's a Microsoft term. But basically, we've made a commitment, and this is to the Azure hosting services that Microsoft provide, that we've got some of our services are already running in Azure, and we've got a plan in terms of how we take this forward. And by entering into this specific agreement under the auspices of the enterprise agreement, it gives us more advantageous pricing, and it gives us access to some additional services that Microsoft offers. So we thought this was helpful to do. The board actually provided approval for this expenditure under the agreement back in May, but I just wanted to share really that we were taking that forward.
Thank you. Anyone got any comments or questions on that? We've just been asked to note that update, aren't we? No, thank you. Yep. I'm sure we're happy to do that. Thank you, Michelle, for taking us through in with your usual sharpness and brevity, but getting across the key issues that we need to be aware of on what are big contracts that we're committing to. So thank you very much, Michelle. We're going to break for lunch now. We're running a bit late, but I think it's only fair that we have half an hour for lunch for a break, and we'll try and catch up as much as we can in the items after lunch. So it's 22 minutes past now. So what's half an hour from that? You tell me. Is that 10 to?
10 to.
10 to. 10 to. So we'll resume at just a few seconds before 10 to 1, please. And I will remember to turn my camera off this time. Thank you. If we could take down the holding slide so I can see that people have come back. I think it's going now. Great. Not everyone's camera's on. Just wait 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, I think people are coming back. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a squeeze as much in as you need to do in the break. We're running a bit behind time, but we'll try and catch up as much as we can without not doing justice to the important items we're considering in part 6, the governance, risk, performance and assurance section of the agenda. And Sarah Jane, I think you're back on first to item 6.1, the support to staff through the cost of living crisis, which only gets worse, sadly. Over to you, Sarah. Sarah Jane.
Just on mute. Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is something that's been a constant really on our staff briefings for a number of months, and it was just really to signpost this to the board in terms of the array of support mechanisms that we've got and how we signpost staff to specific support under their financial well-being, physical, mental well-being and so forth. So I think there is a slide that's attached, but I wanted to say that underneath all of the component parts, which is published and provided, and managers have that as well to support staff with anything that they're grappling with. And there's a number of support enablers both internally and externally to help people. But under each of the component parts, there's about 5 or 6 pages of various different things that people can click on and gain some support with. There isn't a golden answer on this, to be fair. There is an array of things I think people are grappling with at the moment. And I think one of the things just to say to keep the currency on this is, as well as a number of themes that the wellbeing group, the trade unions, my team and others have put together, and it's been a real combination of efforts, is to also say that we spoke about this at the leadership event as well, to talk about making sure that we're picking up those cues to support people, to understand that there's an array of support that's out there to help people, and for managers to be knowledgeable about how to support people with the various things that they're grappling with, really. So it's noted for discussion at board today, and I think it's probably more of a executive discussion, but I'm happy to be the primary executive on this to discuss this. But just to inform the board that there are a number of things that we've put in place with our, across the workforce that's hopefully helping people. But it's, yes, I think we're all planning for a very difficult winter this year.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Ruth, and then Andrew.
Thanks, Sarah Jane. I think today is an appropriate day to bring this up, as it's the last day of cheap energy before all the prices go up tomorrow. And it's starting to turn colder. I have my blanket with me to keep my feet warm today. And it's about us being compassionate, and it's as a leadership team, and we've spoken a lot about those themes, I think, in the people and OD strategy. We can't pay people more money. That's not within our gift. But there are things that we can do to be supportive as an employer and to help our people and be mindful of how things will change for people going through the winter, how our use of our office buildings might change, and to encourage that and to make sure we can do that in the safest way possible for people, because you might find that people are wanting to come in more just when COVID rates are going up, so we're asking people to stay home, and we just have to think about how to manage that for our people, and continue just to be compassionate across the teams in that regard, because it's something that if it doesn't impact us directly, it will impact people that we know. People within our teams will have varying experiences of this. So thank you. It's I think it's important for us as a board to keep this on our agenda and to be aware of how our staff are doing and how people are coping. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Ruth. Andrew, and then Rowan.
Hi. Yeah, I was just to say a big thank you to all involved in putting this together, because it really has been a collaboration. I mean, obviously, as a trade union, it's a lot wider than just the current cost of living crisis. It's about pay award, which of course is not in our gift as an organisation that's set by government. there's impact with some of the pension changes that have been introduced by central government recently. And pretty much hot off the press, there's a lot of people now contacting us about concern with their mortgage payments because people's fixed term deals are about to come to an end, and they might be find themselves with high interest rates. I was very lucky with my mortgage. I renewed when it was low. Luckily, my deal came to an end at the right time. But there's a lot of people who aren't as fortunate as I am with that. So just to summarise, really, that we're just really grateful that there are support mechanisms in place. Appreciate that there's a lot that's not in our gift as an organisation because things are dealt with outside of the organisation and pay is set outside the organisation. And just to say that to collaborate in any way as possible. We will be there as trade unions for any members who have any issues. But obviously we'll involve ourselves as much as possible to benefit the wider workforce. So I just wanted to say that, really.
Thank you, Andrew. Rowan and then Marilyn.
And Andrew, you've made the point really nicely, I think, which is I think it's all about using our ears to try and pick up signals early and finding ways as a workforce to be open and communicating as much as we can. You know, I took away from the digital summit, I heard some testimony there that was really distressing, but you know, it stayed with me. I volunteer at our local food bank. The food bank trustees will meet, you know, and we'll be considering another route, I think, to how people in our community may be able to get help because of what I heard at Digital Summit. And I think this is kind of at the heart of it, is if people can ask for help and we can all think about acting as a community and just trying to do what is in our gift, you know, all of the points around pay and the things that we can't control will keep going, but being kind and thoughtful and trying to put our arms around people is the way we'll get through this together, I think.
Thank you, Rowan. Marilyn.
Just to reiterate, thanks for all the hard work that's been done to date. I just wanted to bring up a point that I know colleagues over in housing, because I still get involved in housing, and the staff are actually saying just what you've said earlier on, they're going to come into work more because they don't want to be home. They won't be able to afford to stay home. But of course, the situation has changed where people have downsized, so there's not enough space for everybody to come back into work. So it is going to be challenging for us. But going back from your point, Rowan, about us putting our hands around people and people asking for help. The issue for me also is for us to consider there's a lot of people who need help, who don't ask for it. And it's about us not always thinking about people asking, but there to be a natural opportunity for us to find out, because sometimes people view that as charitable. And so for us to find a way of doing that successfully, really. So.
Thank you, Marilyn. And thank you for those comments, and thank you, Sarah Jane, for bringing the information on what we're doing, all we can do in our power to support staff. And I think your point is well made, Andrew, that the heaping misery on misery in terms of the mortgages is going to impact on people, and far more people than have necessarily been impacted by cost of living issues in the past. We are where we are, and we just need to do what we can as an employer within the constraints that we're faced. Okay, and I think it would probably be helpful at some point in the future to bring back any information on the impact on staff and any examples of impact on staff and what we're doing to try and mitigate those issues as we go through the winter, Sarah Jane. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah Jane. Moving on then to item 6.2, to present Ivan Evans, the Executive Director of Strategy, to present the IMTP 23-26 report. Ivan, over to you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Wy'n gwybod bod ni tu ôl ar amser, felly wy'n mynd i geisio gwneud hwn yn weddol gryno. Dau beth wi eisiau gwneud fan hyn heddiw, yn dilyn sesiwn datblygu bwrdd gaethon ni ar yr IMTP rhai wythnosau yn ôl. Un yw nodi'r amserlen sydd wedi newid i ni, sef bod y Llywodraeth ddim eto wedi darparu'r fframwaith cynllunio i ni eleni. Pan fydd hwnnw'n dod allan, mae angen i ni ddatblygu a dychwelyd yn IMTP ni erbyn diwedd mis Ionawr eleni yn ytrach na diwedd mis Mawrth. Mi fydd y cyfarfod ar y 6 ar 20 o fis Ionawr, cyfarfod y bwrdd ar y 6 ar 20 o fis Ionawr, yn allweddol felly achos dyna pryd byddwn ni'n disgwyl bod ni'n rhoi cytundeb i'r IMTP. Mae'r amserlen yn dyn iawn. Felly, teitl y papur yw sut fyddwn ni'n mynd o'i chwmpas i. Byddwn ni'n mynd o'i chwmpas i ar frys. Fel wnaethon ni drafod yn y sesiwn datblygu bwrdd, mae aelodau o staff ar draws DHCW yn ymwybodol o'r amserlen. Ni wedi dechrau paratoi y gwaith gymaint y fedrwn ni, ond ni ddim wedi cael y fframwaith eto, a mae rhaid i ni aros cyn bod ni'n cael hwnnw, mwyn gweld yn union beth yw'r disgwyliadau oddi wrth y Llywodraeth. Yn fras, cysondeb, parhad, ond mireini o'r ddogfen fel bod ni'n gallu bod yn fwy tyn ar beth ni'n cyfathrebu, ac yn arbennig bod ni'n gallu edrych ar sut i flaenoriaethu yn ystod y flwyddyn. Dyna yw'r her fwyaf sydd gyda ni, bod yna blaenoriaethau newydd yn cyrraedd drwy'r amser. Ambell waith, mae'r arian neu'r adnoddau sydd gyda ni yn lleihau yn ystod y flwyddyn hefyd. Mi fydd Claire yn siarad am hwnna yn y papur nesaf. Felly mae'n rhaid i ni gadw rhywfaint o hyblygrwydd. A wedyn yr ail beth, jyst i nodi ar y cofnod bod IMTP eleni wedi cael ei dderbyn, bod yna lythyru gyda'r Prif Weithredwr ar gyfer Llywodraeth wedi digwydd, a bod yna nifer o amodau atebolrwydd, wy'n credu, yw accountability conditions. Felly mae yna atodiad i'r papur sydd yn dangos hwnna. Dydyn nhw ddim i'w drafod heddiw, i ni wedi trafod nhw yn y sesiwn datblygu bwrdd, ond yn mwyn bod nhw ar y cofnod cyhoeddus, bod pobl yn gallu gweld bod yr IMTP presennol wedi dderbyn a bod yna amodau atebolrwydd yn amlwg fel corff i ni'n gweithredu ar sail hynny.
Diolch, Ifan. Anyone got any comments or questions? We've asked to note that really, note that presentation. Thank you very much, Ifan. If we move then on to 6 through the finance report and ask Claire Osmondson-Little to present the report. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. And I think Emma is going to show some slides. So if you can move on to the next one, Emma, and move on to the next one. So I'm going to summarise the financial position as at the end of August. I tried to arrange it such that we'll talk about the core DHCW activities, the COVID-19 activities that we've touched upon through the procurement today, and also then touch upon the development activities through the Welsh Development Priority Investment Fund. But before I do that, I think it's important, and we've touched upon it just lately in the conversation we just had about the financial backdrop that we are currently encountering. So from a NHS perspective, my colleagues are seeing the pressures, not only the inflationary pressures for energy, but also the system pressures and the consequential financial pressures that brings at a time when they're trying to balance the COVID activities or the ongoing support through COVID. So it's been quite a difficult month, and there is a greater scrutiny from Welsh Government to ensure that they understand our run rates, and we'll touch on that in the presentation, but equally that we start to think about the implications for us next year. And inevitably that environment, as we can see today, is changing rapidly. So, you know, our ability to respond and react and assess the risk is also challenging in that space. But I would like to point out that we have been working as a national organisation in national procurements to look at areas that we could possibly contribute to that in terms of releasing savings, and our VAT return, such as the Microsoft activity, has been recognised in that context. So quite a lot of work and quite a lot of uncertainty in the current financial environment more broadly. So if we move on to the next slide, Emma. So in terms of our performance, I'd like to assure the board that we've achieved our requirements during this financial month. So as at the end of August, we had a slight underspend of 141 in terms of revenue, and I'll highlight where that is in the forthcoming slides. Our capital spend was broadly in line, although slightly behind, £67,000 behind. We met our PSPP target, which is about paying our suppliers promptly. But one to note is our cash balances. As you can see, they increased significantly during the month. So we had quite an influx of cash from Welsh Government and from our colleagues around the Health Board, really correlating to the payment of the annual payment of the Microsoft balance. So that you'll see later on in the balance sheet has had a bit of a weighting in terms of some of the fluctuations there. So if you move us on to the next slide, Emma. So we talked about our run rate. So this is our current revenue run rate. The boxes in red show where we have been to date, and you can see a slight increasing up in our non-pay, with pay increasing slightly and expected to increase significantly around the second half year. It's worth noting that there are some peaks and troughs going forward, and that really relates to the procurement around the digital priorities investment funding, which we'll come on to later. So we spent quite a bit of time during the month understanding those variations and really assuring ourselves of the likelihood of delivering that level of spend. So our run rates look pretty consistent, but we are expecting towards the second half of the year those to step up in terms of values. If we move on to the next slide. So I highlighted that our revenue spend was 141,000 under year to date. And what this chart really shows you is where those gains and losses are around the organisation. It's not an unusual picture. It's one we've seen consistently throughout the year, where you're seeing slight underspends in key areas, predominantly this month in the clinical directorate, which is really a reflection of procurement timing, but also vacancies. But notably in the ICT and technology, which again is struggling with cost pressures around both pay and non-pay pressures. We've done quite a bit of work during the month. So together with Gareth and the team, they've done an analysis of what their projected outturn is going to be for this financial year, and we've worked with them to offset that. What we're now working on is really understanding for the next financial year what their landscape looks like in order to get it to a much more sustainable level, albeit as we'll talk a bit later, there are some continual digital inflationary pressures that will be a challenge for that team in the forthcoming year. So if we move on to the next slide. So unlike other organisations, we have achieved our savings target, helped in part by our current vacancy position. So this shows you the trajectory of actual savings versus plan. And you can see certainly in July and August and September, July and August, we have achieved higher than planned savings. And the chart on the right then shows that that's predominantly in pay efficiencies, which equates to our driven by our vacancy levels. So if we move on to the next slide. Another key part of our activities has been and will be going forward, I would imagine, in the vaccine area, the COVID-19 performance. This chart is a bit busy, but it tries to show you that actually our activities are split into two areas. One is the TTP and the other one is the vaccine. A tale of two halves really. In the TTP, we're actually seeing activity tail away. And we've reduced our level of licenses, which is what really drives that variable cost, or the light blue line in the top box, down. We are now looking at our resource allocation and trying, as in the second half year, to appraise what we would need as a minimum to keep that performance going. Whereas on the right-hand side, you can see our COVID vaccine run rate has actually increased in August. And that's really a reflection of two things. One is, if you can see from the bottom one, we talked about text and letters, and that was the contract we signed just before lunch. You can see actually the volumes of text and letters has reduced, but in August, our non-pay spend went up, and that really reflected on the excellent work that the vaccine have done in preparation for the October booster that Helen alluded to in her chief exec update. So again, we expect that activity to continue as that vaccine rollout goes out, and we'll report on that in future months. So COVID activity, we're running it down in TTP, but vaccine remains an area of focus for us going forward. Next slide, please, Emma. In terms of our development fund, obviously the Digital Priorities Investment Fund is a key player in that, and we have revenue allocations of around 31 million, 30.7 million for this year, and also a capital allocation of around about 6 million. This chart shows you the distribution of that revenue budget, and the dark blue indicates the spend that we've made as at the end of August in relation to those. So the light blue is what remains in the second half year. And for our top 4 programmes, we spend quite a bit of time analysing the trajectory of spend going forward and the activities that underpin that. And notably, in the last 2 months, we've seen an increase in spend alongside the digital services for patient and public as the progress in their activity around the app continues. So we are seeing some step up in terms of the work done and the spend associated with those key programs. But also notably, as a result of increased scrutiny around spend, obviously the digital allocation has been under close scrutiny. And alongside the directors of Digital Peer Group, we did an activity to look at how we could re-profile some of our programmes and release funds back into the Welsh Government funding envelope. We've done that twice, so we had a tranche 1 and a tranche 2, and we're working alongside our Welsh Government digital colleagues to maximise that benefit back into by reprofiling. So we're trying to balance the necessity to deliver digital and at the same time being realistic about how we profile that for the benefit of NHS. So quite a lot of activity in that during the month. So that's our revenue. If we move on to the next slide. We then look at our overall capital performance. This actually includes both our direct, or what we call discretionary capital spend, but also the Digital Priorities Investment Fund spend. The first half is what we've decided as DHCW is our priority for this financial year, and it predominates around the upgrade of the network system for the data centre that we are looking to re-procure. That order is now all in place. It does, and it's on its way, but again, we are subject to supply chain and components issues, so we are confident we should get that in Q4, and that's when we'll see a kick up really in that profile of spend. In our Digital Priorities Investment Fund, we've spent to date 937,000, and we're working together with the WEDS team to understand in that area the profile around the allocation for that particular scheme going forward. Track and trace, there is a small spend, again, relating primarily to vaccines, as we alluded to in the previous slide. So if we move on to the next one. Thanks, Emma. So I'm not going to spend time on this, you'll be pleased to know, but this really summarises the balance sheet. And the key point I wanted to point out here is this month we have seen a significant increase on our balance sheet in reflection to our cash and cash equivalents, really reflecting the impact of the Microsoft payment and the receipt of funds from health boards supplemented by Welsh Government. So that's the real movement in month. And the only other thing to note is that we've actually implemented the IFRS 16 requirements in relation to our leases within the balance sheet. So those are the key movements of note. If we move on, Emma. So in terms of the financial key risks and opportunities, obviously things have moved on since the slide was written, because the key ones for us are the energy costs that we've alluded to. The national insurance increase was obviously something that was being centrally funded, but notably now reversed. And the digital inflation and supplier costs. We've during the last month, I've spent significant time calculating this and sharing that with Welsh Government, which really differentiates the rate at which we're seeing non-pay and increases within the digital envelope, as opposed to what we would call a general envelope. And I think there's general acceptance that they understand the pressures that we're under in that particular area. And that, again, will be a key area of focus for us for our IMTP. It's not all doom and gloom. There are some financial opportunities, and obviously we grab those. our vacancy position actually lends itself to an opportunity. I know my colleagues, particularly Evan and Gareth, would say yes, but we have to still deliver. So there is efficiencies in that that we have gained from. We have seen a continued underspend in terms of our travel and expenses as our modern ways of working progresses with a more remote working. And as Ruth rightfully said, that's something that we have to keep an eye on as the energy cost impacts come in and where we might see some reversal in some of that. And then in terms of our VAT recovery, so digital VAT, we're becoming increasingly an expert in this field. We have been working alongside Ernst & Young to see areas in which we can recover the VAT. A big player in that has been the Microsoft contract, and that seems to be, although we haven't had the ruling from HMRC, we are becoming reasonably confident in that reallocation. And what that means is the current year we will be looking to release just shy of 5 million back into the NHS window, and there's some debate on the treatment of that as we currently speak. There are other areas of VAT benefits, and again those will feed into some of the DPIF reallocations and again the reprofiling where we can offset some of that, we've done it. And we're also looking at unwinding some provisions. So we've done an exercise now that we have divorced our ledgers from Velindre to see areas where we can clean up our balance sheet and release some provisions. So we have been very proactive in that space. And I should also stress that given our risks, this month we've taken a detailed review into our energy cost consumption and forward demand. So together with Carwyn and also Julie from Estates, we've really tried to understand the forward view in terms of the energy impact to also inform next year's IMTP. So I notice there's a couple of hands up. Should I take those questions now, Simon? You're on mute.
How close are you to finishing your presentation, Claire?
Nearly there, I think.
Should we just finish off and then we'll pick up? It's easiest, I think.
Okay, so if we move on, Emma. So just as part of board development, I shared quite detailed analysis of our sort of outlook for the next financial year. I think it's as we then go and do some of the detailed calculations, which is part of the finance IMTP plan, I thought it was important to share with you sort of 3 areas of focus within that plan that will inform the rate and ability of us and our thinking certainly around IMTP. We have what I've classed as unavoidable pressures. That really reflects to our service growth levels, and you can see some of those pinch points certainly within the ICT aspect, that red bar in the earlier spreadsheet. The digital inflation is really impacting, and we're not alone in this. I was on a sort of networking sharing forum where digital inflation also cropped up. So this is an area certainly that we're seeing some pinch points. The energy costs, like everybody, it's really being able to really understand the drivers, influence what we can from demand, and then look at those pricing increases. And the data center migration project, that is obviously as our contract is up for renewal, that is a necessity for next year in order to continue our attack on our legacy estate. The necessary net investments are really relate to our cyber security. So we have a cyber plan that was presented to our management board, and equally our digital priority investment fund, really translating some of that into ongoing operational sustained service. So we're working alongside our NHS colleagues to understand that. Some choices we have, and I think the choices that we will be faced with is given our financial envelope for the next 12 months, what will be our rate, our realistic rate of cloud adoption, and are there any implications for that? And understanding our capital investment. So as you know, this year our capital investment was cut, and it's really understanding the need and requirement for our capital investment as opposed to revenue going forward. So again, a key area of focus. And I think we nearly come to an end, so next slide. So our immediate financial plan is really looking at the requirement for next financial year, which is really trying to balance our core with our servicing our national products, given their growth and given their cost pressures. It's a recognition of the digital inflation and the impact that would have. and looking at unavoidable requirements, our cyber, trying to understand the support and financial support we require for our cyber and our NDC and our data center move, and also to formulate what our data growth within a cloud environment translates into in terms of financial ask. And finally, the ongoing sustainability aspect. How do we balance the ongoing core requirement of DHCW alongside the development in a sustainable way? We're having some interesting conversations around how we could structure that, which would get the right balance between development and implementation and sustainability along that supply chain of digital. So we will look to revise those then and inform those for the IMTP the following year. So that's currently where we are in terms of the sustainability. And I think, Emma, is that the last slide? So really, I'm looking for the board to note the comments of the financial report for August, which shows the achievement of the key targets. We've identified the financial risks, but identified that that is something that is agile and is moving, but also that we've worked hard to identify opportunities, but also noting that this uncertain environment is likely to continue, and we foresee financial pressures for the forthcoming year that we're working collectively to manage in the most effective way. So thank you, Emma, for the slides, and I'll hand back to the chair for the questions.
Thank you, Claire. Alistair, then David.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Claire, for a really very good and very easily understood presentation. And it's to recognise also that as turbulent as the period ahead will be for our employees, it's going to be extremely so for the organisation. And thank goodness we've got you there, basically. You know, if we had your calm down in Whitehall, I think I'd feel an awful lot calmer myself. Actually, the question I was just going to ask is around I think it's the second highest area of expenditure, digital services for patients and public. And without getting into too much, because I know, Chair, you'll be managing the time carefully here, but just to what is the difference between patients and public in that regard? And in the part that is, as it were, public, to what extent we're doing any joint working with other organizations outside the NHS territory? And appreciate your just comments on that, Claire.
Yeah, so I'm going to hand over to Ivan, actually,
Ivan.
because I'm likely to say something he'll correct. But yes, and I'm sure you can pick up briefly, Ivan, the outline of that project and the difference.
Yeah, gallaf. Diolch yn fawr iawn, Claire, os yw'n gyda'r. Felly, y rheswm am gynnwys y teitl a'r cyhoedd yw achos bod ni eisiau sicrhau bod ni yn gallu gwneud beth preventative care, hynny yw cyn bod bobl yn gleifion sydd yn dod mewn i'r system. Ni eisiau danfon arwydd clir bod ni yn ceisio dylanwadu ar y ffordd mae bobl yn ymddwyn. Mae prif ffocws y cynllun y rhaglen yw'r app NHS Cymru, ac i ddechrau, y prif ffocws bydd ar apwyntiadau ac ar presgripsiynau. Mae yna lawer iawn arall fedrwn ni gwneud trwy'r platfform digidol hynny mwyn bod bobl yn gallu defnyddio'r gwasanaeth, fel bod dim rhaid yn nhw fynd at y doctor na ac yn ysbyty o bobl. Dyna yw'r pwrpas o gael y gair cyhoedd mewn. A ni yn gweithio gyda rhwydweithiau eang ar draws Cymru a gyda mudiadau trydydd sector ac eraill mwyn wneud yn siŵr bod bobl sydd ddim eisoes yn sal yn rhan o'r broses o lunio beth bydd yn yr app.
Thank you, Ivan. Ruth, you've, I don't know what, the tiles changed and now you're before David. So Ruth and then David.
I will cede to David, he was before me.
Thank you, Ruth. Two questions, please. Thanks for the presentation, Claire, really clear. So the first question is around digital inflation. And do you have a view on how much of what we buy ultimately is impacted by the exchange rate, pound versus the dollar? And whether you expect that to feed through and make the situation worse. That's the first question. Second question, you might want to defer to Gareth or Ivan, but whilst we've got a positive headwind from the vacancy situation we've got, it will likely have some impact on our ability to deliver in key areas. So are there any particular points or programs that are likely to be impacted more by that?
Thanks, David. So in relation to your first question, and I'm really glad to see you're not queue jumping. is that in terms of the pound-dollar exchange rate, actually for most of our non-pay is contractual, and it's usually over a number of years. So within the contract, we'll have an agreed rate. So to some extent, we have sort of hedged that in the short to medium term. And let's hope in the short to medium term, it's only the short to medium term dollar-pound rate. So to some extent, we've covered that. But I would say in recent events, I would like to go back and check that, given where we are. In terms of the vacancy, the sort of yin and yang around vacancies, there are gains, but it's not always good. If you look at the most of where the vacancies sit, it's actually been in the Digital Priorities Investment Fund, the new development, which is short-term funded intensive work. And within that, the reprofiling of some of that through the work that we've done on the tranche 1 and tranche 2 has actually mitigated a lot of the risk around the immediate risk around resourcing. So if I give you an example, if you look at medicines management, actually the reprofiling of that is meaning that the requirements will be longer. So I think in terms of the overall operational risk, there isn't a significant risk to non-delivery within that in the immediate term. However, we haven't lost sight, and we had this conversation yesterday with Sarah and the team, is that actually we need to get ahead of ourselves, knowing what we know and knowing what challenge that is. And given the work that the strategic recruitment team is doing, we just need to make sure we're on full throttle with that. The other area, I think, which has shown success in the month has been the Centre of Excellence. So the Microsoft 365 Centre of Excellence has got a significant recruitment challenge. And again, we've really considered how best to do that. And the recent recruitment round that we did was actually very successful. So I think we're actually gaining a bit of confidence and rebranding the way that we do that through that group. And that's starting to have an impact, but it's still a challenge for us.
And just before bringing Ruth in, Claire would expect me to say this, because I'll say this in every finance report, is that notwithstanding the impact on service delivery about vacancies, making recurrent savings through non-recurrent vacancies is something I've got the scars on my back about, and we need to be on top of that all the time, because you just heap misery on misery every year when you do that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Simon. Having a strategic savings plan where you really consider where you can make the big wins, which can't happen overnight, because big wins can't happen overnight, is where we need to be. And I think actually the work that Cowan is doing in ICT, looking at his underlying position and looking at his procurement processes and really trying to consider where are the opportunities, if there are any, because the rate of growth, which is the sort of offset to that for an area such as data and digital, is significant. So but I think it shows our ability to be efficient and effective, which is what we can offset. But yeah, absolutely right.
Thank you. Sorry, Ruth, I cut in front of you there. Ruth.
That's all right, because I rightly ceded to David, because he asked my question about digital inflation, and then he asked my question about run rate and the DPIF funding, particularly around vacancies. So that's helpful, far more eloquently than I could have done. It's just thinking about winter planning, I had one question on the TTP piece and the reduction in licenses, Claire. I assume if we're thinking about winter planning and should we need to, we have the ability within our current contracts to ramp that up again.
Yes, we do.
If needed.
Yeah, we do. And our working long-term relationship with some of our suppliers says there's a willingness to shut down and start up again. But so yeah.
Thank you all. Thank you, Claire. We've been asked to, I suppose we discuss it, but we also note the report as well. Okay, moving on then to item 6.4, the Integrated Organisational Performance Report, and that's you to present to kick off, Ifan.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. I ni'n neud yn dda ar amser. Wy'n mynd i agor y rhan fwyaf o hyn lan I gwestiynau, ond fi jyst eisiau cyflwyno ambell I beth ar y dechrau. So, yn gyntaf i'r rheini o'n chi sydd yn gyfarwydd gyda'r adroddiad yma, byddwch chi'n gallu adnabod bod e'n parhau I esblygu. Mae yna lot fawr o wybodaeth yn y ddogfen hon, a mae fe mor gryno a fedrwn ni wneud e. Ac o ran sicrwydd i'r aelodau, wi jyst eisiau rhoi sicrwydd I chi, cymaint o waith sydd yn mynd I cefn i'r ddogfen hon, a gan staff ar draws y sefydliad I gyd. Mae fe hefyd yn rhan o'n prosesau gweithredu ni trwy y Management Board, y bwrdd reoli. A mae beth I chi'n gweld fan hyn yn rhan o'r troloiwder sydd gyda ni yn y bwrdd cyhoeddus ac yn ddiwedd y gwaith, nid y gwaith yn ei hun. Felly mae staff, mae'r tîm perfformiad yn amlwg, ond mae staff ar draws y sefydliad I gyd yn cyfrannu cryn dipyn I hwn. So we eisiau pwysleisio hynny. Yn ail, we eisiau pwysleisio bod yna rai pethau sydd ddim yn y ddogfen hon, fel I ni wedi trafod mewn cyfarfodydd o'r bwrdd yn y gorffennol. Dydy ni ddim yn dod â perfformiad llawn ar bob un o'r rhaglenni a portffolio cyfan o wasanaethau a rhaglenni DPIF enghraifft. I bob cyfarfod, ni'n dod â nhw nawr bob yn ail cyfarfod. Yn cyfarfod bwrdd gyhoeddus nesaf, byddwn ni'n edrych mewn mwy o ddyfnder yn yr IOPR ar y portffolio rhaglenni digidol. Mi fydd y cyfarfod hwnnw hefyd yn edrych ar yn adroddiad hanner blwyddyn sydd yn amlwg yn un sylweddol iawn o ran yn cynnydd yn erbyn yr IMTP ac yn erbyn pethau eraill. Felly, pwyslais yr adroddiad sydd o'ch blaen chi heddiw yw perfformiad y sefydliad yn gyffredinol. Mae yna lawer iawn o be byddwn ni'n galw business as usual yna. Mae fe yn y patrwm eitha cyfarwydd a wi jyst eisiau tynnu sylw ar rhai o'r pethau sydd yn y scorecard sydd ar y cychwyn. Mae yna 5 peth yna sydd wedi fflagio yn lliw amber. Nid fi sydd yn siarad I bob un o'r rheini, felly yn hytrach na bod fi'n mynd trwy yn ceisio esbonio neu'n crynhoi beth sydd yn y papur clawr. Os oes yna gwestiynau gyda chi, byddwn ni'n chanol chi ofyn hynna a wedyn mi fydd y cyfarwyddwr sydd yn arwen yn medru ateb i'r cwestiynau hynny. A wedyn o ran y gweithlu, ni wedi sôn cryn dipyn am y gweithlu, just nawr mae'n dangos lle I ni o ran cynnydd ar hynny. Felly, wy'n gobeithio, o'n safbwynt I, jyst I orffen, byddwn ni'n croesawu unrhyw sylwadau ar y fformat yn gyffredinol, sut mae'r adroddiad hyn wedi gyflwyno, ydy yn ateb eich dibenion chi, hefyd ydy yn ddigon tryloyw o ran cyfathrebu mewn bwrdd cyhoeddus, fel bod y byd I gyd yn gallu gweld lle ydyn ni o ran perfformiad, dyna rhan o'i bwrpasau. Felly, na I roi stop yn fyna a gwahodd unrhyw gwestiynau sydd gan bobl ar y cynnwys, a wedyn na I ateb rhai sy'n berthnasol I mi neu gofyn I hydweithwyr I ddod mewn ar bethau iddyn nhw.
Thank you, Ivan. I've got the circle of doom on admin control at the moment, so I can't get the document up. David and then Rowan.
Thanks, Stephen, for the opportunity to comment on the report. So by and large, it does what it needs to do. I would probably point out that there's a set of slides that we've developed for the DG&S committee, which provides an overview of our major programs, which I find extremely useful. I'm happy that I've got visibility because I'm a member of DG&S, but I just wonder whether it's something that we should share with the wider board.
Ivan, you're going to pick that up or?
Wel, nawn ni ystyried hynny. Mae nhw ddogfennau cyhoeddus, DG&S, felly mi fydd bobl eraill yn gallu gweld nhw. Dwi ddim yn siŵr os ydy papurau'r is-bwyllgorau yn cael ei rhannu gyda'r holl aelodau. O'n i'n meddwl y bod nhw, ond os ddim, wedyn allwn ni ddod â nhw allan yn fan hyn. Yr unig beth byddwn ni'n cynghori yn erbyn yw bod ni'n dod â holl papurau'r is-bwyllgorau trwy'r prif fwrdd. Mae 300 o dudalennau yn y pecyn ar gyfer heddiw yn barod. Ydy ni eisiau dyblygu pob peth. Dwi'n credu dylen ni'n neud hynny.
No. I'm sure we'd all agree with that. I'm not sure about the availability papers. Certainly, obviously, everyone can go and see the committee's live and recordings. Chris, do you want to come in?
Yeah, they should be available to all board members through admin control, so you can access them that way or via the website.
If you can get into admin control, which currently I can't. Rowan and then Ruth. Rowan, you're on mute. You struggling to come off mute?
Shall I talk for a bit while the other RG sorts herself out?
Ruth, yeah, and then
I'm off mute.
It was
Okay,
just
go
to
on, Rowan.
Sorry, I found the hardware piece, Ruth, rather than my machine. So what I was going to say was, I think the report is crisp, it's helpful, and I know where to look for the kind of information that I want to see. So it was very obvious to me that people deserve the whole organisation deserves a pat on the back for statutory mandatory training compliance, way and above the target of 85%. And those who do come to DG&S will now expect the next thing that I'm going to say, which is, given the organisation is doing so well on that, something maybe to consider, not now, but go away and discuss whether we might move that target up a bit. Some of our statutory mandatory training, particularly around cyber, is really, really important. So really pleased to see that. And yeah, I think it's a document that gives me a high level of assurance. So thanks, Evan.
Thank you, Ruth. Then Marion.
Thanks. Just to kind of echo David's point about the information at DG&S, and I think it comes to Ivan's point about, does this report give us what we want to see? I echo Rowan's points. It does. It's very clear. What would be helpful is if we can think about the areas for that deep dive, I think, as you acknowledged, Ivan, and where we might want to focus some attention. And certainly at that point, we can then think about what other content do we want to bring in from other committees, because I think particularly that view of major projects that's developed for DG&S is something that we've asked to come to wider boards so that we can look at it. I don't want to see all of the DG&S papers, but it would be helpful just to lift up some more of that content that's relevant to wider board, and I think we can do that so that we're not duplicating things in conjunction with the performance report if we look at areas that we want to have that deep dive into. So thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. If there's any points now, even pick them up at the end. Andrew. Oh, sorry, Marion, Marion, and then Andrew.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. Na I ddim ailadrodd sylwadau pobl eraill, ond dim ond i nodi bersonol, dwi'n ffindio hwn yn adroddiad hawdd iawn i'w ddarllen. Mae'n glir iawn, ac dwi yn gwerthfawrogi'r y gwaith anhygoel sydd yn mynd y tu ôl i gynhyrchu'r adroddiad yma, a dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i bawb sydd yn mewnbynnu mewn i'r adroddiad. Oedd yn braf iawn gen i weld hefyd bod ni yn perfformio mor dda o ran hyfforddiant gorfodol, ac yn braf hefyd gweld bod yn graddfa salwch ni dipyn is na'r cyfartaledd y byddech chi'n disgwyl i weld mewn sectorau eraill yn wir ac yn sicr o fewn iechyd a gofal, felly mae hwnna'n galonogol. Ddim i rygnu mlaen ar y negyddol, ond oedd yn bach yn siomedig i weld bod yn graddfa cyflawni arfarniadau personol, y PADRs, bod ni wedi gweld mymryn bach o ddirywiad, ac wrth gwrs ni'n dal gryn dipyn yn is na'r targed yna o 85%. A falle byddai'n helpu ni falle gael deall mwy, ddim heddiw o reidrwydd, ond beth yw'r heriau o ran gallu cyrraedd y targed yna, a be mwy falle sydd angen i ni fel bwrdd i wneud i sicrhau bod ni'n arwain y sector yn y maes yma hefyd. Diolch.
Absolutely, Marion. I'm sure that's something that Sarah Jane is picking up with colleagues across the whole of the organisation. Andrew.
Okay, so so I just to say first of all, I think the report's excellent in the way it's set out. I think it's really clear. Not wanting to steal Helen's thunder, because I know she's updating the board in terms of the local partnership forum, but some of these reports we look at the local partnership forum. Just a couple of things to just to answer that from Rowan's question, particularly around up in the bar. I think that there's a reason sometimes why it's at the level it is, and sometimes it could be because there's a new starter and perhaps they appear as a staff member, but they haven't yet got to week 2, as it were, when the reports run, So we have got a bit of onboarding in terms of new staff, and minimally, because you'll see from the low sickness numbers, there is going to be an impact with sickness as well. So that was just to address that point. And I just wanted to assure the board really that at Local Partnership Forum we are closely looking at personal development reviews and ensuring that those take place. Helen knows I'm very keen on looking at the figures and following the line on the graphs. So that's just to assure the board really. So thank you.
Andrew or Sarah Jane will correct me if I'm wrong, but as I recall, completing those PDRs is very important in the context of agenda for change band movements and shifts, isn't it? Am I right? Yeah. So there's an imperative around doing it.
Yeah, there's an implication if well, there's no implication on the staff member if the manager doesn't do one.
Yeah.
But obviously it can affect whether people progress to the next stage. So but there's more to it than even that. It's not just about reviewing people's development. It's about making sure that staff are supported.
Yeah.
So if there are any problems in the way that staff are being, I'm experiencing in their role, while it should be picked up in live as it happens, really. If people really are struggling, it can probably be explored a lot more. Through the PDR process. Are there any training opportunities that are needed? For example, is somebody really struggling on C# or whatever, as it might be as a software developer?
Thanks, Andrew. And Sarah Jane, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, just briefly, thank you. I mean, Andrew's absolutely spot on, because we've had quite a large influx of people. It does then change that variable in terms of the percentages. But just as a reassurance piece as well, our new hybrid working draft policy, which has just gone out for engagement, that includes commitments to make sure there's objective settings, one-to-ones, mid-year reviews, appraisals, development activities and support. So that's an integral piece within that policy. The draft appraisal policy, the new one, landed in my inbox yesterday. Actually, I was asking for it, and Sarah Brooks, who works in my team, said, well, have you checked your inbox? I've put it in there last night. So which is very typical of her. She's very good with time management and so forth. So that was really helpful. So I've got to look at that tonight or tomorrow morning, and then that will also go out as an engagement piece, but very much with the trade unions and the workforce to make sure that that's in ready to go and so forth. But as we mentioned earlier in the board today, we do the staff briefings on a monthly basis, and this will be an agenda item as a reminder to make sure if people have got their appraisals, if people are having their development and so forth. And certainly Andrew, in his union capacity with my team, have a weekly get together, an informal get together, and very generically look at hotspots. So if we know that there's areas where nobody's getting their appraisals done and so forth, then that's an area of particular focus, and my business partners will be talking to the directorate level managers and saying what's going on here. So there's day-to-day business as usual activity in this space, as well as the strategic viewpoint across their whole performance appraisal and development activity. So just as a reassurance piece, it's very much an integral strand through a lot of activities, but we obviously keep it in very sharp focus for the key performance indicators and the management board as well each month.
Thank you. Ivan.
Good. Diolch Simon. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y sylwadau. Newn ni edrych ar adroddiadau DGNS a gweld beth arall allwn ni roi mewn. Mae'r adroddiad hwn yn parhau i esblygu. Ni eisiau cadw fe'n glir, a ni eisiau cadw'r wybodaeth sydd ynddo fe'n pwrpasol ac yn eglur ac yn ddefnyddiol i aelodau. Dyw e ddim yn mynd i aros yr un peth. Byddwn ni'n parhau chwilio am ffyrdd o wella. Jyst i weid rhywbeth ynglyn â targedau. Mae rhai o'r targedau yn rhai trothwy sy'n cael ei rhoi i ni gan Llywodraeth Cymru, ond nhw'n rhai genedlaethol. Adroddiad perfformiad yw nid adroddiad ar cyflawni targedau. Felly, un o'r pethau ddylen ni fod yn edrych ar yw i ba gyfeiriad mae'r llinell perfformiad yn mynd dros amser ac yn y blaen, ac yn amlwg ni eisiau parhau i wella o un chwarter i'r nesaf drwy'r amser. Hyd yn oed os ydyn ni eisoes wedi pasio y trothwy genedlaethol sydd wedi rhoi ni gan y Llywodraeth. Efallai, mewn rhyw gyfarfod bwrdd, datblygu'r bwrdd yn y dyfodol, newn ni edrych ar y targedau ni'n gosod i'n hunain ar gyfer rhai pethau eraill i weld os ydy rheini yn y lle cywir, achos yn amlwg os oes scorecard sydd yn wyrdd dros fe gyd, a mae jyst yn parhau'n wyrdd, dyw hwnna ddim yn ddefnyddiol. Ond dwi'n credu bod ni yna ar hyn o bryd, a mae gyda ni raglen lawn o gyfarfodydd datblygu bwrdd dros y misoedd nesaf yn edrych ar bethau eraill yn barod. Ond diolch i bawb am eu sylwadau.
Thank you, Ivan. It's probably also worth mentioning as people be aware that we're putting into place a cyclical what's the word, agenda of updates on the major programs, so that the whole board gets the opportunity to be fully briefed. And I think that could well include executive directors as well, because there'll be some who aren't as directly intimately involved in our major programs than others. So hopefully that will give us an opportunity to all be at the same pace around where our major programs are. And I think we're going to do that on a four monthly basis, so that we have a regular update around key programs. Thank you very much, Ivan. If we move on then to, I think we probably in the minutes and in the agenda, Chris, we need to receive these reports rather than just formally discuss them. So so that we formally acknowledge that we have received the report. If we move on then to the corporate risk register, and I'll invite Chris Darling, the board secretary, to present the current corporate risk register. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm going to start off by just highlighting in item 6.5i, the risk and board assurance work plan for 22-23. Some additional work we're doing at the moment, which came out of a discussion at the last Digital Governance and Safety Committee. So we're doing a review of risks since the establishment of DHCW back in April 2021, so over an 18-month period. The risks that we've been able to mitigate during that time, and those that have continued to sit on the corporate risk register where we are actively monitoring and managing but haven't been able to mitigate them to their target risk level. That work will go through the two committees over the next couple of weeks or into early November, and then we'll bring the output back to the November board. The other point on the work plan is just to note that the board assurance 6-month review will take place at the next board meeting as well. So executive owners for each of the strategic missions and principal risks to those strategic missions will feed back at the next meeting progress against those in terms of actions and controls that we're planning to put in place. In terms of the report itself, I'll just draw board members' attention to section 3.3, as I have done previously, but I think it's important context in considering the environmental and international factors affecting risk and how that potentially impacts on DHCW. So the World Economic Forum long-term global risks landscape, in particular, the 2022 report really does highlight the increased prominence of cyber threats globally. And of course, DHCW is not immune to that. So that's very much a feature of that report. In terms of the current corporate risk register for the organisation, there's 26 risks on the corporate risk register, 16 of which are included in the risk register within the papers. The other 10 are private risks that we've marked as private, 9 of which are considered at the Digital Governance and Safety Committee or scrutinised there, and 1 private risk which will go to the Audit and Assurance Committee in a couple of weeks' time. Also probably worth noting in the context of our cyber threats and risks, the private session of the board following this to review the 3-year cyber plan that Gareth and the team will take us through, very much around risk mitigation from a cyber perspective. I'm just going to ask the board to note some of the changes to the corporate risk register since the last meeting. So we've had two new risks that have been added to the corporate risk register. The first one, which is DHCW 0294, added with Ivan's approval around the service management wrap for the NHS Wales app in preparation for go live. There's work taking place at the moment to explore the service management wrap, and there will be feedback coming back to the executive team on the 12th of October on that. So I can pause and just check if Claire or Ivan want to come in on that risk in particular.
Go on, Ivan. You're on mute though, Ivan.
There we are, working there. I ddweud, bod y risg yn ymwneud a pan fyddwn ni yn trosglwyddo'r app I wasanaeth byw llawn parhaol. Ar gyfer y broses private beta sydd ar fi'n cychwyn ganol mis Hydref, y cwmni contract sydd gyda ni yn gwneud y gwaith datblygu Ceinos fydd yn darparu'r service model yn ystod y beta. Mae hynna oherwydd bod y cod yn parhau datblygu, maen nhw'n gyfarwydd gyda'r cod, dim ond 1,000 o bobl wedi gwahodd bydd yn rhan o'r beta hynny. Felly dyn ni'n iawn am y cyfnod hynny, fel lle ni dal I fod yn datblygu'r app, ond dydyn ni ddim wedi cadarnhau beth bydd y service model tymor hir ar gyfer yr app pan mae fe'n mynd yn fyw fel live service parhaol.
Thanks, Ivan. The second new risk that's been added to the register since the last meeting is 0295, and this relates to resources to implement some key IMTP milestones in relation to primary and community care services. It's probably worth noting as well, this is one of the risks that has been downgraded in the time that it's come onto the risk register. And I know Gareth has brought members of his team to the exec team to discuss a paper on the Welsh Clinical Communications Gateway, which looked at a number of options around resources to mitigate this risk. Approval was given during those discussions for additional resources, so hence why that risk has come on, but also been downgraded in terms of risk score during the period. So Gareth, again, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair. As Chris said, there was quite a detailed paper that came to exec committee that we discussed with the application leads, and we have a sensible plan around recruitment, around using third-party supplier to outsource key strategic pieces of work immediately, and then putting more of a robust recruitment plan around the next few months and how we're going to subsidize some of this work, because there's a lot of interdependencies for some of these milestones. It's not just one service in particular, there are others spurring off there. So I think we were left with quite a good level of assurance now that we can make good headway on this. It's not a done deal, which is why the team are going away to put more details around this, and we'll report back. But at the moment, it's good to see that the risk has been reduced significantly.
In terms of risks removed, the board members will recall from the last meeting, Claire highlighted the uncertainty around the Digital Priorities Investment Fund letters and confirmation and clarity. There's, at the time of writing, there were only 2 outstanding responses. So the risk has been reduced in terms of risk score. And Claire, I don't know if that position has changed since writing in terms of there still being 2 outstanding.
Yeah, there is still, it still remains 2 outstanding, but I think it's in the interest of both parties why they clarify now that the timelines have changed, what the funding requirement is. I think the key one in there was a notification of the cancer programme, which we've had receipt of subsequently. So yeah, we're in a much better, stronger position now.
Thanks, Claire. So in terms of changes in risk score, I've mentioned Gareth's just highlighted the reason for the change in the risk around 0295. We've also reduced the risk around network equipment delays in relation to the data center 2 move, and just noting the contract extension for up to a year. So there's a bit of a additional contingency built into that as well. Moving on to section 3.7 of the report, the heat map highlights DHCW's risk profile position, which again, I just highlight has changed over the last 6 to 9 months. Significantly increased number of financial pressure related risks and cyber risks have gone on to the risk register, which just highlights the threats and opportunities we face as an organisation. I just wanted to highlight 2 further risks on the risk register and then open to questions. So the first one being our highest scoring risk, CANISC, and just think it's important to note that between now and the next public board meeting at the end of November, we are aiming for a go live date of the 14th of November for the replacement of CANISC at the Bwrdd Cancer Centre. Now that won't mitigate the risk in its entirety. The risk remains for those services still using CANISC, but an important milestone, I think, and one that I know the team's been working really hard on for a long time. The final risk I just wanted to flag was around staff vacancies, risk 0259. And just to note, since we met last, Sarah Jane has established the strategic resourcing group to try and put a bit of drive around mitigating this risk in particular. So again, Sarah Jane, I don't know if you want to comment on the work that has happened since in establishing that group.
Yeah, I'll just do that in very much brief, actually, and also touch on our executive team meeting yesterday, which Claire led, which was really helpful. So as part of this work, it's looking at what the vacancies we have at the minute, but also some of the strategic drivers for the coming years, linked to the OD and people strategy and the workforce review. So the current position is that we've brought quite a number of people in and are continuing to do so, and looking at a variety of new diverse routes as well, and supporting graduates and apprenticeships and so forth, as well as looking at areas to do assessment centres, and a number that we've carried out in the last few weeks have been really successful, I think, and Claire mentioned that in her briefing, her finance briefing. So what we've actually done as well is we've done a deep dive with all the directorate managers to understand what activity is current and how things are progressing, where things are on hold and how long they're on hold for, and what maybe needs to change into a slightly different dynamic. And that's some of the work that Michelle is leading on in the commercial resourcing piece, to look at various different contracts and drawdowns across those, to look at work packages rather than bringing people in for short periods of time, because the market is very competitive, and trying to get people here for short periods of time to do specific short projects is quite difficult. So there's a combination of efforts coming into this piece. And I think just, and probably Claire can articulate it better than I, but just to bring it completely up to date following the executive meeting yesterday, which both Michelle and I attended. One of the things that we're trying to do is to be much more informative, to understand where we've got organisational impact and risks associated with any gaps, and support that triangulation piece, because sometimes it looks as though, and I think Claire mentioned this earlier, that we have some gaps, but actually when we look at the risks and impact underneath that, it isn't quite as problematic as one would imagine. So it's just very much about working closely together, working closely across all of our stakeholders within the internal context, and understanding how we're driving that and reporting that, so that we can have a clear picture, an up-to-date picture on a regular basis of where we are across things, across trajectory, bringing things up to date that aren't needed anymore, and understanding new ways of resourcing and contracting that are going to support us with this risk. So a number of mitigations. It's a prettier picture than it was last month, but I can't pretend it's not an ongoing challenge. And we are, working really hard and committed to that as one of our key priorities. So it's definitely foot down on the gas.
Thank you. Did you want to come back? I've got Andrew waiting to come in, but did you want to come back on anything else, Chris?
I'll just finish by saying the next Audit and Assurance Committee, Marion, has asked for a deep dive in some of the financial risks on the risk register, so we're preparing for that as well.
Thank you, Chris. Andrew, and then Ruth.
It was just basically to say, just picking up on your point, Sarah Jane, in relation to not just getting in people for just one little piece of work. I think the ideal, given recruitment challenges, is to get somebody in and to keep them and look after them, and because I mean that's the ideal position, I think. But so it was just that comment really for me. So
thanks, Andrew. Ruth.
Thank you, Chris, for that report. I think the risk report in general has really progressed a lot over the last year, and we've now got some really good common threads through the risks. We recognise it. I recognise it as a board for the things that we worry about. So I just want to say thank you for that. The one risk I was surprised was a non-mover was our Welsh language risk. And I don't know whether Marion or Even can maybe comment from the perspective of the Welsh language group, because it feels to me like we've made some good progress around the cultural piece, but looking at that risk, there's a lot in there, and you've got some of the cultural pieces alongside some of the operational challenges and the really sticky stuff about how do you design services in Welsh and not just translate. So I just wonder whether this risk in its current form is serving us well enough for our objectives around the Welsh language, not just for us as an organisation and the cultural piece and how we use Welsh, but actually for our design piece as well. And I don't know whether it's time now to consider, given the work that we've done over the last year, how we present this risk to help us move that next stage forwards.
Any thoughts on that? Even I know, for example, the app is being developed in parallel, isn't it? It's not been developed in English and then translated into Welsh, so we're very much across it. But
well, mae cynnydd ar y cynllun iaith a nifer o beth eraill, mae yna lot yn dal i wneud. Allai gynnig, wy'n credu bod ni adroddiadau pencampwyr y bwrdd yn dod lan yn y cyfarfod nesaf neu yr un ar ôl, a wedyn byddai Marian yn gallu adrodd nôl ar y risg hwn, a hefyd ar blaen ni gyda'r Comisiynydd Iaith yn dilyn yr ymgynghoriad cyhoeddus sydd wedi bod ar safonau newydd ni ar y tebyg.
Great, Marian. You're on mute, Marian, I'm afraid.
Sorry about that. Just i ychwanegu, mae rheolwr gwasanaethau y Gymraeg Eleri yn dŵad i'r pwyllgor archwilio nesaf, lle byddwn ni'n cael diweddariad mwy manwl, a dwi'n meddwl bod gen Ifan Eleri a fi'n gyfarfod yn y dyddiadur ychydig ddyddiau cyn hynny, felly bydd pethau'n gliriach ar ôl hynny. Ond mae yna lot o waith i wneud, felly dwi'n edrych ymlaen i gael mwy o glirder falle ynglyn â lle da ni wedi cyrraedd, ond hefyd yr heriau a sut y byddwn ni'n gallu symud ymlaen i'w goresgyn nhw. Diolch.
That sounds like a formidable team to take it forward. Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for presenting that. If we move on then to, and again, we received that report, to item 6.6, and as admin controllers, which for those people listening is where the NHS software the NHS uses to store papers, is resolutely refusing to allow me to see the papers at the moment. I'll be doing this from memory in terms of presenting the report of the Remuneration and Terms and Services Committee. I think there were 3 issues just to bring to your attention. We discussed and agreed the forward work plan for the committee. I think, as from recollection, there's a slight typo in the papers in that we looked at data around leavers, not leaders. Which is a significant difference, which is very important in looking at why people are leaving, where they're going, in the context of the People and OD strategy that Sarah Jane introduced, presented to us earlier today. And then finally, we ratified the terms and conditions of the new director of primary, and someone correct me if I get the title wrong, Primary Community and Mental Health Director, that Helen reported on earlier on in her report. And so those are the 3 substantive items that we discussed at the Remuneration and Terms and Service Committee. I'm asking you to note that report. Thank you. If we move on, and again, I'm doing this from memory now, as I recall, Helen, you chaired the last partnership forum. So if I could ask you to give to bring anything to our attention that you'd wish to from that meeting.
Great, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was my turn to present, and good discussion at the session as ever. We talked through the risks, and as Chris highlighted, the workforce risks, particularly, the staff risks. A good discussion around kind of the work that we're doing around recruitment and resourcing, which is really helpful. Reviewed the dashboard, so we do in that forum actually get into the PADR performance and reiterate, and Andrew is quite right, there's quite a strong message there from both staff side and from myself and the team, really, in terms of the importance and the so just it's the importance, and actually it's a right of staff to have that dedicated time to focus on their development with their line managers. So, and we do, just to reassure, we focus on that quite a lot as an exec team as well. But yeah, more work that we need to do to improve that area. We also looked at some of the internal audit outcomes for both the directorate review process and the workforce review. So good discussion on that. Quite a lot on the staff survey feedback and getting underneath some of that. There was a good conversation that Sarah Jane led on that. and of course the new ways of working in advance of preparing the policy. So we had a good discussion around the new ways of working. And then the health and wellbeing group, Carwyn and Carolina came to talk to us about the great work that they've been doing in that forum, actually, in supporting it particularly, actually, and I'd commend these two, is to look at the wellbeing videos. I'm still compiling mine, but a number of people have actually done some health and wellbeing videos that are out there for the staff to see, just to see how people kind of cope and maintain their own resilience and health and wellbeing. So some great work going on with the volunteers in that health and wellbeing group. So and we also had a look and a discussion around kind of the topics for the digital summit that happened this week that we heard about. But yeah, good discussion, had they all.
Thank you, Helen. Anyone got any? No, we've asked to note that report. Thank you. And if we move on then to the Digital Governance and Safety Committee highlight report, and Rowan.
Thank you, Simon. So I'll skip through it. You've all got the papers, and you've heard through the corporate risk register that some things have moved on since the committee last met. We were joined during the committee, David Murphy from Audit Wales attended the meeting as part of their structured assessment. So it was good to have double oversight at the session. We did also have Mark Cox from Claire's group joining to give us an overview of the DPIF situation, to understand what the prospective risk might be on some of our programs, and we were assured that that was being handled as a corporate risk elsewhere. Really an opportunity at DG&S to do some of the work that Helen, I know, wants to see as us becoming a learning organisation, and looking at incident reviews and the organisational learning report, and we had a really good conversation there. As we do at every meeting, we received the 3 assurance reports on information governance, informatics, and information services, and also the service assurance report. And I want to just take the opportunity to really congratulate the people who work hard on those reports. There's an awful lot of information that flows through the organisation up into those reports. And maybe David would nod his head if he agrees, but you know, the quality of those reports has come on massively since the organisation was set up 18 months, and I have a very high level of confidence in the information that's brought to bear. So I think kudos where kudos is deserved. There were new risks on the public side of the risk register that were brought to the attention. I think there's usually 3 topics that we are reviewing across. It's either technology, people, or money. And we had a risk in each of those, and Chris has given you an update, I think, that gives you a more timely and up-to-date view of some of that. Rachel presented, as you've heard, on research and innovation, and we've heard from the outcome of that later. And as always, we get a digital program overview report that gives us an update across all of the major programs that the organisation is working on. And really, for the benefit of everyone who may be still online and listening, and I congratulate you for your stamina if you still are, that many of those really marquee programs have leadership that is from outside of DHCW. So we tend to have SROs who will be managing those programs, and many of them are drawn from the wider NHS. And so, you know, from DG&S, it's none of our business how those programs are going, except in as far as it relates to information governance and some of the other concerns that we overlook. And there was a discussion that we built upon later in the meeting on whether we had enough oversight on some of those programs in terms of handling information governance. And we used the national data resource as a bit of a template program that we could explore whether we really were getting full assurance whether there are any blind spots. Evan did a very good job of challenging and having a conversation with us, and we've had a follow-up session since, and I think that was been a really good conversation. We will report the outcome of that at our next D&G&S committee, but I think our assurance levels and our confidence levels that we are getting the right information through DG&S are improved. And another piece I would like to highlight from our public session, from those who are outside the organisation listening, and you've heard today about research and innovation, and you're wondering how information about your health may be being used and what the privacy levels is. We have updated, and I think Welsh Government have reissued the Your Privacy, Your Rights document. And that's a sort of standard advisory piece that's distributed through the NHS and available to anyone who is interested. You can go and see for yourself what undertakings and how we manage. There was our usual private session where we receive our cyber assurance report. One of the things I can share with you is DHCW was recertified for its ISO 27001 certification. That's a really important standard that the organisation operates within, and it provides for information security handling processes and brings us up to a standard. And then I think the only other two things that I would highlight is, Chris, you touched on it just a moment ago, was the issue with risks, not just staying on the risk register, but not moving in terms of risk mitigation. And so there is that additional work going on just to look at why that is and whether there's anything that we can learn from how we're managing those. And then, you know, from the private session, nothing contentious. We all know that the NDR program is a critical component of the future architecture, so really important that that's successful. And you know, the need for us to address and be compliant with the NIS directive for cyber assessment frameworks in health. You know, that's very much, in my mind, equivalent to the Health and Safety at Work Act. You know, it is a government piece of legislation, and it's really about keeping our systems and information secure and private. So really important that we comply with that. And I think the last point I will share with everyone is my colleague Chris Darling tells me that DG&S videos have a lot of a bit of a following on our downloads, 250 downloads at the last count. So some of the fans of what we talk about at DG&S can join us next on the 3rd of November when we'll meet again to continue looking after and keeping us safe as it regards to information security and systems. But thanking everyone who comes to the meetings and is open to listening and discussion of some quite tough topics on occasion.
Thank you, Rowan. Any questions or comments? Just happy to note that report. Thank you very much. I haven't had any other urgent business drawn to my attention. Couple of thank yous before we close. First, I'd like to obviously thank all the people behind what you can see for making sure that this board meeting runs smoothly, the comms team and Neris and as the translator. Thank you very much for all your help and efforts. And finally, to thank Gareth Davis for his helping us through an interim period, and all the support and advice and guidance he's given us and the teams within his department. Thank you, Gareth, and we wish you the very best in your future endeavours. And it's been great having you on board for the interim period when you've been helping us out. Having said that, you might have had an easy ride in this public board meeting, but you're on next in the private board meeting when we're considering cybersecurity. So we'll see you there. The next board meeting, very important board meeting, as people will be aware, it's an extraordinary board meeting where we approve the procurement suppliers for the digital medicines portfolio, the secondary care part of that. That's on Wednesday, the 26th of October. And then the next meeting after that is Thursday, the 24th of November. It's the next public board meeting. If I can then bring this meeting to a close, just for board members, we were due to start the private board meeting at 3. Is there any reason why we couldn't start it at what would you say, Chris? Sort of 25 to 3? Does that suit people? So we've got a 20-minute break. Is that okay? Rather than hanging on till 3, great. And then, so if we see you all back in, it's a different login, as people be aware, at 25 to 3 for the private board meeting. Thank you all very much for your contributions, your presentations today. Thank you.